Chapter 4:18. Pleasure Devils. They were the lords of the sixth layer of the Hell of Bator, the subjects of Glagia. They were different from ordinary devils with ugly appearances. Pleasure devils were extremely beautiful, similar to the succubi of hell. However, they had the bloodline of fallen angels. Their lord, Glagia, was the daughter of Asmodeus, the lord of the Hell of Bator. Compared to other devils, pleasure devils preferred to use seduction to get their enemies to willingly fall into their embrace. Once they reached their target, Glagia would use diseases and toxins to corrode their enemies' bodies and abandon their skeletons in the swamps. The lord of the sixth layer of the Hell of Bator, the Hag Countess, had been killed by her. She even used her corpse to decorate her palace. Compared to other devils, pleasure devils were more stealthy and dangerous. They were one of the few devils that could escape the detection of priests. This pleasure devil didn't descend with her true body. Instead, she used a projection ability to project a portion of her soul force and devil power into the material plane, forming a method similar to the incarnation of a god. Sulen was now a high-ranked legend, and because he had divinity in his body, his attacks carried some characteristics of divine power. Dazzling lightning flashed, and it was as if a sun had suddenly risen in the sky. The eyes of the surrounding nobles were directly pierced by the bright light, and they quickly covered their eyes. The dazzling lightning flashed, and in the next second, it flew towards the pleasure devil. Damn it! Seeing the dazzling lightning, the pleasure devil felt a strong sense of danger, and her expression changed drastically. A wave of evil energy instantly erupted from her body. The nobles near her were enveloped by this evil energy, and their bodies visibly weakened and aged. These nobles who had long been hollowed out by wine and women couldn't resist this evil light at all, and a large number of them died in an instant. Their souls were directly absorbed by the evil light into the pleasure devil's body, and the evil light on her body instantly rose sharply. Rumble. The lightning spear struck the evil aura in front of the pleasure devil, and the lightning and evil light violently exploded. Accompanied by the explosion, a figure flashed and instantly flew into the distance. Trying to run. Too late. A cold glint flashed in Sullen's eyes. He moved and appeared beside the pleasure demon. Since you're here, you don't have to leave. If this had been the infernal plane and the pleasure demon was in her true form, she would have had a chance to escape. But now that she was in the prime material plane, all creatures from the lower planes were suppressed here. Moreover, she was only a soul projection. It would be strange if she could escape. Not good. The pleasure devil felt goosebumps all over her body. She never thought that as a warrior, Sulen would be able to use flash so skillfully. Bang! The storm battle halberd appeared in Sullen's hand. Dazzling lightning appeared on the halberd. As soon as it appeared, he began to attack the pleasure devil. His 50 points of strength was displayed in an instant. The pleasure devil's body that was trying to escape was violently smashed to the ground. Boom! The pleasure devil's body was like a cannonball as it pierced through a 3-story building and crashed heavily onto the ground. If it weren't for the demon's strong physique, she would have lost half her life. Cough! Cough! The pleasure devil's body was severely injured. An evil aura exploded from her body. This evil aura seemed to be a signal for something. Evil aura rose from the bodies of the nobles in the distance. Soul harvest. The evil aura disappeared in a flash. In the next second, many of the nobles began to age rapidly. In just an instant, a young and strong noble turned into an old man with a head full of white hair. It was as if all the life force in their bodies had been sucked away in an instant. Then, souls flew out of their bodies and merged into the pleasure devil's body. Her body was quickly repaired. The pleasure devil's aura that was originally weak was quickly strengthened. Her injuries were also healed in the blink of an eye. Regarding the pleasure demon's actions, Suluan didn't do anything. He didn't care about those nobles at all. If they died, then so be it. She just helped him clear the way. Suluan even wanted to give her a medal. After becoming stronger, the pleasure devil did not act rashly. She did not think that she could defeat Sulen. She glared fiercely at him and said hatefully, "I'll remember you. One day, I'll come back for revenge." Suren's arrival had completely disrupted her plans. After all, it hadn't been easy for the Iranese Queen Glagia to send her to the material plane. She'd paid a hefty price to do so. Her plan had been to sacrifice the entire city to the queen, harvest all the souls, and then return to Bator with her bountiful spoils. But now, her plan was completely ruined. Even she had to flee back to Bator in a sorry state. "What? You still want to live for another chapter?" Dazzling lightning flashed as the storm war halberd pierced towards the pleasure devil. The space around the pleasure devil was locked down. She could only brace herself and prepare to attack. Lightning hell. Lightning spear. Lightning strike. A powerful energy burst out from Su Luan's body in an instant and directly shrouded the pleasure devil. Then, Su Luan's storm-like attacks instantly broke out. The pleasure devil was not good at frontal combat. Under Su Luan's attacks, it could only parry and evade. Although she was also a legend, the gap between her and Su Len was huge. The souls she had just absorbed had greatly increased her strength, but it was only delaying her defeat. Ah! A bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket struck the evading pleasure devil. Not only did the powerful lightning inflict severe damage to her, but it also paralyzed her body for a second. Although this 1 second was short, it was enough for her to die several times in such an intense battle. The storm war halberd struck the pleasure devil's shoulder, and an arm flew out. Su Len did not stop. The storm war halberd launched more than 10 attacks in an instant, and all of them hit the pleasure devil's body. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Before the pleasure devil could recover from the paralysis, she died on the spot. With the death of the pleasure devil, a wave of soul energy emerged. At the same time, the pleasure devil's soul shadow appeared. As soon as the evil soul appeared, a repulsive force appeared out of thin air. This was the power of this world. According to the rules of this world, it would directly expel souls from the lower plane. Soul trap. At this moment, a spiritual light flashed and instantly struck the soul that was about to leave. Although the soul of the pleasure devil was only a part of her body, she was still a legendary figure. In addition to the souls that she had harvested previously, her spiritual energy was still very strong. Powerful energy surged out of Suren's body, instantly suppressing the pleasure demon's soul imprisonment. Then, to her horror, it condensed into a sparkling and translucent gem, a legendary grade soul crystal. The battle has ended. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an epic victory. Congratulations, host. You have successfully killed a pleasure devil. You have received 98,500 experience points. You have received 3 platinum treasure chests. You have received an item, Blood of the Fallen Angel. Congratulations, host. Under your leadership, your army has successfully suppressed the rebellion in San Filto City. You have received 53,600 experience points. You have received 1 platinum treasure chest. You have defeated the devil and quelled the war. You have received 50 favorability from the citizens of San Filto City. Your reputation in San Filto City has reached respected. Your charm has increased by 2. Devil's Temptation, year 1688 of the Radiant Moon calendar. In the beginning of September, the king of the Kingdom of Florence was critically ill. The 3 princes began to fight for the right of succession. Under the instigation of the devil, a serious war broke out in San Filto City. The entire city was about to become the devil's nourishment. At this critical moment, you came to this city and successfully killed the pleasure devil, saving San Filto City. With the end of the war, your name and your army's fame began to spread throughout the Kingdom of Florence. Your reputation also began to rise throughout the continent. You have received a large amount of reputation. Reputation plus 40. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your experience bar is full. Your level has increased. Your current level is LV 27. Congratulations, host. You have received 2 free attribute points, 2 skill points, and a platinum treasure chest. A series of system notifications rang in Sullen's ears. Sulen temporarily did not have time to count the spoils of war. He had just conquered Sanfilto City, and there were still many things to settle. Hansen. Yes, sir. A strong man stepped forward. Lead your men and immediately gather all the troops in the city. Kill anyone who resists without mercy. Yes, sir. Issue an announcement. From today onwards, Sanfilto City will be in a state of war. No one is allowed to leave without a pass. At the same time, seal the city and eliminate the remaining enemies. Organize people to clean up the ruins and treat the injured. Arrest all those who took advantage of the chaos to commit crimes and plunder. Kill anyone who resists without mercy. Check the treasury and the granary. Distribute the food in a unified manner. Do not inflate the prices. All nobles immediately return to their own mansions. Do not go out without my command. Sulen used the momentum of his victory to issue various orders. He completely controlled Sanfilto City in the shortest time possible. After a period of war, Sanfilto City began to rebuild. The army of the North Wind Duchy quickly gathered all the defeated troops. Then, under the leadership of the North Wind Duchy soldiers, they immediately began to work. The nobles who had already suffered heavy casualties did not dare to have any objections in front of Sulen. Too many people had died today, and these nobles had lost their courage. Chapter 419. After all the arrangements were made, Suluan went to the palace with his 2 guards. The palace of the Kingdom of Florence was located in the north of Sanfilto City, in the center of the noble district. When Sulen came here, the whole palace had been occupied by the army of the Duchy of North Wind. Led by the 2 guards, Sulen went to find Phyllis. Phyllis, what's wrong? Sulen came to Phyllis, gently hugged her crying body, and asked. Sulen, boo-hoo, boo-hoo, my father is dead, my mother is dead, they're all dead. After seeing Sulen, Phyllis suddenly threw herself into Sulen's arms and cried bitterly. Cry, 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 and you'll be fine. I've avenged you, and I've killed the devil behind the scenes. You still have me. Sulen hugged Phyllis and comforted her. Finally, Phyllis was tired of crying. The fatigue of rushing for many days came, and she fell asleep in Sulen's arms. Sulen carried Phyllis and put her in a bedroom in the side hall. He arranged for the maids and guards to wait for her, and at the same time, checked King Hengli's body. After all, King Hengli was his father-in-law, and he was going to inherit the inheritance this time, so he naturally had to treat it seriously. King Hengli's body was in the hall, and next to it was the queen's coffin. After seeing King Hengli's body, Sulen found that King Hengli had been dead for 2 days, and his body was only casually collected in the coffin without any funerary objects or any measures to protect the body. The body was slightly smelly. He didn't know who helped him collect the corpses, but his subordinates were still around. Before he died, they couldn't sit still. After he died, they didn't even care. They directly stopped the corpses and attacked. This king was quite a failure. Sulen snapped his fingers and a light flashed. A crystal-clear coffin covered the corpse. This was an ice coffin that could be used to temporarily preserve the corpse. After preserving the 2 corpses, Sulen found a quiet palace and walked in. After finishing his work, he still hadn't had time to count his gains. He opened the system space. This time, he had obtained 5 platinum treasure chests. First, he took a shower and changed his clothes. After washing his hands, Sulen sat down again and calmed himself down. Only then did Sulen choose to open the treasure chest. As a dazzling light flashed by, the familiar sound of the system notification rang in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have opened the platinum treasure chest. You have obtained a bottle of Jade Shavings Golden Pills. Congratulations, host. You've opened the platinum treasure chest. You've obtained the Building of Wonders blueprint, Qilin Garden. Congratulations, host. You have opened the Platinum Treasure Chest. You have obtained 1 Army Talisman. Congratulations, host. You have opened the Platinum Treasure Chest. You have obtained the item Thunder Secret Technique. Congratulations, host. You have opened the Platinum Treasure Chest. You have obtained the item Mechanical Secret Technique. After the light dissipated, Sulen immediately looked at the items that he had just obtained. There were 10 jade shavings golden pills in a bottle. The effect was that it could increase any attribute by 1 point. Sulen planned to add them to his agility and spirit. In addition to the 2 attribute points that he had obtained from leveling up, Sulen's attributes were getting closer and closer to 50. A new Building of Wonders blueprint, Qilin Garden. Sulen was looking forward to this new Building of Wonders. He picked up the blueprint and began to look at it. Building of Wonders blueprint, Qilin Garden, category, Beast Pen. This blueprint records the detailed steps and process of building Qilin Garden. Qilin Garden, Building of Wonders. Beast Pen. Legend has it that this is the place where the mythical beast Qilin once lived. With Qilin Garden, the mounts in the city can become stronger and faster. It can also increase their growth rate, reduce the chances of the mounts falling sick, increase the reproduction rate of the mounts, and have a chance of attracting wild mounts. Rapid growth plus 35, indestructible plus 30, rare beasts plus 35, sturdiness plus 36, reproduction plus 35, disease reduction plus 35, mount taming plus 37, mutation plus 10. Additional effect, Mythical Beast's Might. Mythical Beast's Might possesses the aura of the mythical beast Qilin. Can forcibly tame mounts, 1 at a time. Seeing the effects of this Building of Wonders blueprint, Sulen's eyes lit up. This Qilin Garden was a good thing. Not only could it increase the growth rate of mounts, but it could also make them stronger and faster. Moreover, the special effect, Mythical Beast's Might, could actually forcibly tame mounts. Then, if he caught a giant dragon, could he try the effect? Also, with this building, it would be much easier to tame your own creatures in the future. Of course, with so many benefits, it wasn't easy to build this Building of Wonders. The most important thing was that he needed a Qilin horn. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. This world didn't even have a Qilin, so where was he going to find one? After putting away the Building of Wonders blueprint, Sulen could only wait until he had a Qilin horn before building it. The third box opened up a commander's seal. This commander's seal was a little special. The word, female, was written on it. Obviously, this was a female commander's seal. Commander's seal, female soldier. After use, you can recruit 1,000 female soldiers. Female soldiers have the ability to move quickly and agilely, and have decent attack power. Female soldier, elite female soldier, guard female soldier, female official, star officer, it was actually a female soldier. Sulen looked at the commander's seal in his hand in surprise. In the game, female soldiers weren't very strong. Most of the time, they were considered cannon fodder. However, this didn't mean that they were useless. Female soldiers were only powerful in the later stages. When they were promoted to star officer, they could summon lightning. They were completely a magical soldier. Besides being strong, female soldiers had another advantage. They were beautiful. Using female soldiers to guard the palace was a good choice. Sulen chose to use it immediately. The commander's seal instantly turned into countless fluorescent lights and then merged into Sulen's body. Although female soldiers were strong in the later stages, they were very weak in the early stages. Moreover, the recruitment and training cost was not cheap. When recruiting female soldiers, he would have to build a new female soldier barracks and a training ground. Sulen planned to wait for a while before building it. The remaining 2 platinum treasure chests contained 2 books, one of which was Thunder Secret Arts. Sulen skimmed through it and found that it recorded a large number of thunder and lightning spells. For Sulen, this was exactly what he needed. With this book, his understanding of the power of thunder and lightning would be improved once again. At the same time, he could also learn more thunder and lightning skills. Secret mechanical techniques. This book was an advanced knowledge of mechanical control that Su Len had learned before. After obtaining the secret mechanical techniques, Su Len's magic skills had become more powerful. He could even improve the iron golems. The two books contained a lot of knowledge. Su Len planned to take some time to study them. In addition to the 5 platinum treasure chests, Su Len also obtained a legendary level soul crystal from the pleasure devil and a bottle of fallen angel's blood. The soul crystal was a good thing and could be used in many places. Su Len planned to leave it for Hathaway to make a legendary golem. As for the fallen angel's blood, it was not very useful. After all, there was only one bottle. It was impossible to refine the blood. He could only give it to Hathaway as a test material. After putting these things away, Su Len took out the jade shard golden pill and poured out one. This pill looked like a piece of jade. It looked very beautiful and melted in his mouth. After using it, Su Len soon felt his body heating up slightly. One free attribute point had also been added to the system interface. Next, Su Len ate the remaining jade shard golden pills. Su Len obtained 10 free attribute points. After adding the 2 points from leveling up, he had a total of 12 points. He evenly distributed them to agility and spirit. After dealing with the harvest, Su Len began to deal with the following matters. After occupying San Filto, Su Len controlled the heart of the Kingdom of Florence. There were many things to be done next. After controlling the entire city, Su Len began to send people to check on the remaining members of the Henry family. Because of a battle for the throne, 3 princes had died directly. King Henry had a total of 5 sons and 4 daughters. The remaining 2 sons had also died in the previous turmoil. After all, during the battle with the Pleasure Devil, many nobles had died because of the Pleasure Devil. The 2 princes were unlucky and also died. Su Len could guarantee that he definitely did not kill them. In other words, there were no male members of the Henry family in the direct line of descent. Of course, as a family that had lasted for hundreds of years, there were still many men in the collateral line of the Henry family. However, regardless of whether it was Su Len or others, they would not have the right to inherit the throne. The 4 princesses of the Henry family had long been married off to the great nobles and members of the royal families of other countries. In addition, they were far away from here, so they could be ignored directly. Therefore, the one who had the most right to inherit the throne was Su Len's wife, Phyllis. In fact, queens were not rare in this world. No, they were very common. Not to mention, the most famous queen on the continent was the Red Dragon Queen. There were also many queens in other countries. There was basically no problem for Phyllis to ascend the throne. However, considering Phyllis's political intelligence and skills, and her complete lack of experience in governing a country, it was necessary to implement a 2-king system. Su Len intended to become the king of the Kingdom of Florence together with Phyllis. As for whether the remaining nobles in San Filto agreed or not, it was not a problem in Su Len's eyes at all. Those who did not agree had already died in the attack of the Pleasure Devil. The remaining nobles firmly supported this decision. After restoring order in the city, Su Len and Phyllis buried the king and queen. After some discussion, they decided to implement the 2-king system. Next, Su Len asked people to arrange the ascension ceremony. In fact, the materials needed for the ascension ceremony had already been prepared long ago. There were 3 portions, one for each of the 3 princes. Now, it was all convenient for him. Chapter 420. After taking complete control of San Filto, Su Len and Hathaway held a funeral to bury the king and queen. After that, they discussed the preparations for the ascension ceremony. Because Su Len did not lift the ban, the nobles did not know that Su Len was preparing to ascend the throne. Perhaps some smart people had guessed it, but they could only pretend to be deaf and dumb in the face of the powerful Su Len. All the materials needed for the ascension ceremony had been prepared. As soon as Su Len gave the order, the attendants began to get busy. With the materials prepared by the three princes, it only took 2 days for the ascension ceremony to be completed. On the third day, Sulen lifted the ban, and the nobles of San Filto were invited to the palace to watch the ceremony. In the main hall of the palace, the nobles of San Filto had gathered in the imperial court. In just a month, the situation had changed. The few princes who were most likely to become the new king of the Kingdom of Florence had disappeared. The nobles who were bustling in the main hall had become sparse. These nobles were naturally aware of today's ascension ceremony. Now that the princes were dead and there were no successors, they naturally hoped that the Parliament of Nobles would jointly elect a new king instead of letting Sulen decide alone. Even though Sulen had shown great strength last time, these nobles who were used to being high and mighty had not changed their views. Count Anthony, Duke Sulen held the ascension ceremony without permission, which violated the laws of the Kingdom of Florence. I think Marquis Kent is more qualified to inherit the throne, Viscount Goen whispered to Count Anthony. Although Sulen was powerful, he was not a noble of the kingdom after all. Although he had tyrannical strength, no one was willing to give up power. In their opinion, even if there was a new king, it was still up to them to govern the kingdom. Count Anthony looked at Goen and then at the nobles in the hall. Many of them still wanted to renegotiate with the Parliament of Nobles. Even though they had seen Sulen's strength, some of them were still unwilling to believe it. In their opinion, the kingdom had no successor, and it was a good opportunity for them to expand their power. These people had been in the upper echelons for too long and had forgotten the most basic rules of this world. Let's talk about it later. Besides, Duke Sulen's attitude today has already made it clear that he wants to make it an established fact. Don't you think it's a little late? Anthony shook his head and didn't intend to stand out. As an old fox, he wouldn't easily take a stand, let alone stand out personally. This Duke Sulen has gone too far. If he hadn't forced us not to go out, how could we not know what he wants to do until today when we are about to ascend the throne? Goen snorted coldly, obviously very angry. Don't talk so much. No matter what, he did save our lives. A middle-aged noble tugged at his clothes and said softly, but his eyes were looking at a few servants standing in the hall. The king was dead, the three princes were dead, and the entire palace was under Sulen's control. These attendants were naturally loyal to Sulen. If they heard these words, they would definitely spread it to Sulen. What? Do you think he can kill me? This is the Kingdom of Florence, not his Beifong principality in the countryside. Goen didn't appreciate it, but said with disdain. In his opinion, the Beifong principality in the northern wilderness was a small country, and Sulen was a bumpkin from the countryside. Ignorant. Anthony glanced at him, and his body involuntarily moved a few steps away from him. Obviously, he didn't want to talk to him anymore. The morning sun dispelled the darkness in the palace, and the magnificent palace looked very solemn in the morning sun. Sulen and Phyllis were changing into gorgeous clothes with the help of several maids. My lord, the ceremony is ready, and all the nobles have arrived. A middle-aged attendant said respectfully. Very good, how are the nobles doing? Sulen sat in his seat and let two maids help him put on his robe. As my lord expected, there are some nobles who are dissatisfied with your arrangement. The attendant said respectfully. Sulen played with a ruby and said casually, give them some time to calm down. If they still can't recognize the situation, I don't mind helping them. The old era is over, and the new era is coming. Those who can't keep up with the times will be abandoned by the times. Sulen was very clear about the nobles' thoughts, but he couldn't kill all of them at once. After all, he still needed them to serve him for the time being. But before that, he needed to distinguish between those who needed to be eliminated, those who were willing to rely on him, those who could be won over, and those who were old foxes sitting on the fence. Sulen was very clear about the nobles' thoughts. There was a saying, kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Those who jumped the highest and cried the loudest were the chickens that were killed. My lord, when are you going to start? The attendant asked respectfully. Wait a little longer. Sulen put down the ruby and smiled at Phyllis. Come and take a look at the crown I prepared for you. Su Luan took out a beautiful crown from the storage space and handed it to Phyllis. The crown was made of gold. Of course, in order to ensure its hardness, it was also mixed with some other metals. But on the surface, it still looked golden. The crown was designed with a hollow design and looked very delicate. There were 3 gemstones inlaid on the front of the crown, 1 big and 2 small. At this moment, they were shining in the morning sun. It's so beautiful. Phyllis's eyes widened in surprise at the sight of the beautiful crown. Come, let me put it on for you. Su Len smiled and stood up. Phyllis nodded and bowed slightly. Su Len put the crown on Phyllis's head and stepped back. He bowed slightly and said, "My dear queen, you are so beautiful." Really? Phyllis twirled around with the crown on her head and winked at Su Len. Of course, you are the most beautiful today. Su Len said seriously. Phyllis smiled and then lifted the corner of her dress to make a bow to Su Len. My king, you are also very handsome today. Ha! Phyllis couldn't help but laugh as soon as she finished the bow. All right, it's almost time. We should go and ascend the throne. Su Len and Phyllis played for a while and then looked at the time. Phyllis nodded. Okay. Su Len took Phyllis to the outside of the palace under the protection of many attendants. Cain, the guard of the palace, was already waiting there. When he saw Su Len, he immediately greeted him respectfully. The group continued to walk into the palace. My lord. As soon as they entered the palace, the attendants and soldiers of North Wind Principality all saluted. When the nobles in the palace saw Su Len and Phyllis coming in, they stopped talking and looked at them. Some of these people sneered, some were dissatisfied, some were expressionless, and some were fearful. No matter what, Sullen's strength had made some of them afraid. I'm very sorry to have kept you waiting. Su Len looked at these nobles and said with a smile. Mr. Su Len, you are not a noble of the Kingdom of Florence. Why didn't you go through the Parliament of Nobles to choose a king? This seriously violates the system of the Kingdom of Florence. It is illegal. As soon as they walked into the hall, a noble asked righteously. The entire palace became silent in an instant. It was so quiet that it was scary. Sullen's smile froze for a moment, then he stopped smiling and turned to look at the owner of the voice. He said with a bit of contempt, "Who are you?" You. Hearing Sullen's words, this middle-aged noble was furious. This was openly despising him and his family. I am Viscount Goen, a member of the Parliament of Nobles. Oh. Su Len nodded and said, I don't know you. You. Goen widened his eyes in anger. Fortunately, he understood his purpose. He suppressed his anger and said, I am a member of the Parliament of Nobles. What you are doing is against the law of the Kingdom of Florence. Are you teaching me how to do things? Su Len raised his eyebrows. You are acting recklessly. You won't be recognized by the nobles of Florence. Su Len looked at him coldly and said, Phyllis, the daughter of His Majesty King Henry, naturally has the right to inherit the throne after all of King Henry's sons died. This is in accordance with the law and rules. As for the Parliament of Nobles, they only have the right to choose a successor after the royal family has no children or after the royal family abdicates and gives up the right to inherit. Therefore, it is reasonable and legal for Phyllis to inherit the throne, and it is in line with the national conditions of Florence. You are not a noble of the Kingdom of Florence. This is the internal affairs of the Kingdom of Florence. You have no right to interfere. After hearing Sullen's words, Goen said with an ugly expression. I have no right to interfere. Su Luan sneered and took a step forward. He stared at Gon coldly and then glanced at the surrounding nobles. When Sanfelto City was in danger, I saved it. This city was also conquered by me from the chaos. It can be said that it is my spoils of war. Phyllis is also my wife. Speaking of which, I am also your savior. How dare you say that I don't have the right to be your savior? What were you doing at that time? You were a fool who was being played by a devil. That was because we were waiting for an opportunity to delay time. Yes, waiting for an opportunity to delay time for the army to arrive. Goen was a little speechless. The army to rescue the king. How many days have passed? Why haven't I seen the army to rescue the king? Are you delaying time like this? Sulan looked at him mockingly. Are you sure that the army to rescue the king will arrive in time to collect your corpses? Goen's face was a little pale and he said stubbornly, this is not within your jurisdiction. Chapter 421. You can't say anything, right? Sulan glanced at him and ignored him. He held Phyllis's hand and continued to move forward. I saved San Filto City and killed the demon to avenge the dead. Now that the kingdom has no ruler, I naturally have the right to choose an heir to ascend the throne. Sulan said loudly, his eyes sweeping across the hall. From today onwards, Phyllis is the queen of the kingdom of Florence, and I will ascend the throne as the king of the kingdom of Florence. Sulan, you are just a nobleman who was lucky enough to gain a foothold. You are just a bumpkin. What right do you have to ascend the throne? After hearing Sulan announce himself as the king of the kingdom of Florence, Gon's face changed greatly. You are asking for death. Kill. Sulan's eyes flashed coldly, and his heart was filled with murderous intent. He shouted sternly. Yes. Cain, who had been waiting in the hall for a long time, immediately rushed over. Before anyone could react, he raised his sword and slashed down, killing Gon. The football-sized head flew up, and blood splashed 3 feet away. The noblemen who had not yet reacted were instantly sprayed with blood all over their faces. Then they screamed and hurriedly fled in all directions. Bang! The headless body fell down, and the strong smell of blood instantly filled the hall. Clean it up, Sulan said expressionlessly. Several attendants skillfully carried the body away, and 2 more people wiped the blood clean. Then they poured a bucket of water to wash and wipe. In just a few minutes, the floor looked brand new. If it were not for the smell of blood in the air, everyone would think that the scene just now was just an illusion. Well, the people who are in the way have been sent away. Who else has any last words, opinions about Phyllis and me ascending the throne? Sulan said after looking around. Wherever he looked, all the noblemen couldn't help but lower their heads. What opinions? Those were last words. Didn't you see the example just now? Hurry up and ascend the throne, we have no opinions. I am a very democratic person. Everyone can speak freely. If you have any opinions, you can raise them. I will consider them seriously. Sulan said seriously. No opinions, no opinions. The other noblemen in the hall said one after another. You really don't have any objections? I'm giving you a chance, Sulan emphasized. I really don't mind. It seems that my ascension to the throne is what everyone wants. Sulan nodded with satisfaction, and then said, then let's continue the ceremony. The grand coronation ceremony continued. Sulan took out the crown and crowned Phyllis, and then himself. The nobles below cooperated very well. They cheered when they should, and bowed when they should. Everything was so harmonious. The enthronement ceremony ended amidst peaceful cheers. Congratulations, host. You have successfully ascended the throne. A large amount of data flashed before Sulan's eyes. Congratulations, host. Your duchy has been upgraded to a kingdom. The country template is currently being upgraded. Importing national data. Ding. It has been detected that the host's actual territories are Beifeng Duchy and Fighter City. Please take control of more territories as soon as possible. Ding. Please take control of the Kingdom of Florence as soon as possible. Congratulations, host. You have successfully upgraded to a kingdom. You have received a diamond treasure chest. Congratulations, host. You have successfully upgraded to a kingdom. Your imperial jade seal has been upgraded. Congratulations, host. You have successfully upgraded to a kingdom. You have received a miracle building blueprint. A series of system prompts sounded in his ears. However, the reward for upgrading to a kingdom this time was much less than the reward for establishing a duchy. Of course, it was very likely that Su Len did not fully control the kingdom of Florence. Only when Su Len fully controlled the kingdom of Florence would all the rewards be issued. Although the rewards were much less, Su Len was still in a good mood. He opened the system and began to check the rewards this time. A diamond treasure chest, a miracle building blueprint, and an upgraded imperial jade seal. Su Len opened the diamond treasure chest, and a gorgeous light and shadow effect flashed before his eyes. The next second, a familiar system prompt sounded in Su Len's ears. Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the diamond treasure chest. You have received the book, Elemental Fission and Elemental Fusion. After hearing the system prompt, Su Len was slightly stunned. He immediately reacted. The book, Elemental Fission and Elemental Fusion, was actually opened from the treasure chest. Just by hearing the name, one could tell that this book was a book about the knowledge of the elemental furnace. Su Len simply flipped through it. This book was not only about theoretical knowledge, but it also included a large amount of data and detailed steps. However, it was still very difficult to produce according to the data in the book. Of course, this book was not without benefits. It helped Su Len save a lot of time. It pointed him in the right direction, and he did not have to take any detours. After putting away the book, Elemental Fission and Elemental Fusion, Su Len picked up the miracle building blueprint that he had just received. This blueprint was a little special. It was called, Ipang Palace. It was actually an architectural blueprint of a palace complex. Miracle building blueprint, Ipang Palace. It records the blueprint of a large palace complex. After using it, Ipang Palace can be built. Su Len looked at the blueprint. The construction of such a palace complex could not be completed in a short period of time. Moreover, it would require a lot of manpower and material resources. For the current Su Len, it was not worth it. This blueprint could only be used after a long time. Casually putting away the miracle building blueprint, Su Len stretched his body and began to deal with other matters. After Su Len and Phyllis ascended to the throne, Su Len sent official documents in his and Phyllis's name to the surrounding cities to announce the legitimacy of the throne. The news received was mixed. The territories that were originally under the direct control of the kingdom had already accepted the appointment and recognized Su Len and Phyllis as the king and queen. Some of the remaining nobles recognized Su Len and Phyllis, some of them were watching with ambiguous attitudes, and some of them directly declared that Su Len and Phyllis's thrones were illegitimate and refused to recognize them as the king and queen. Su Len had already prepared himself for this situation. He tried to rope in the nobles who accepted the appointment directly. He also sent people to those who were neutral and ambiguous. As for those who refused, he issued official documents requesting them to immediately surrender and personally apologize to San Filto. Naturally, the nobles would not agree to such a request. However, Su Len did not want them to agree. This would only show that he had too much. At the same time, Su Len began to recruit soldiers in San Filto and the territories under the direct control of the royal family. Due to the previous war, the soldiers in San Filto had suffered heavy casualties. He was now preparing to rebuild the army. At the same time, after the reconstruction was completed, he would crusade against the rebellious lords. However, while Su Len was busy, an unexpected piece of news came. You said that Marquis Savoy sent people? Su Len asked. Yes, Your Majesty. As the most powerful lord in the northern provinces, Marquis Savoy was also the other successor of the Kingdom of Florence. However, he was a little unlucky. It was not easy for him to wait for such a good opportunity. In the end, when he arrived at San Filto, Su Len had already ascended the throne, giving him no chance at all. However, Marquis Savoy knew that he had not made his stance clear yet. If he announced that he supported Su Len, the nobles in the northern part of Florence would not be able to do anything. Those who were neutral would probably immediately preside over Sulen. Even many nobles who were clearly against him would change their minds. "Let him in," Sulen said. "Yes, your majesty." The servant bowed and slowly retreated. About 5 minutes later, the servant walked in with a young man. "Your majesty, the eldest son of Marquis Savoy is here." "Vader, long time no see." Sulen smiled and stood up. "Long time no see, your grace." Vader bowed respectfully. Hearing how Vader addressed him, Sulen did not have any expression. He was still smiling. "Sir Vader, why have you come to see me this time?" "Your grace, my father does not agree with what you have done this time." "Is that so? I heard that when you came to San Filto, you brought an army of 10,000 men. Why are you preparing to go to war with me?" Sulen said in a low voice. "We did not mean that. We only brought the army to protect my safety," Vader said with a shrug. "Protect your safety?" Sulen rolled his eyes. "You need to bring an army of 10,000 men to protect my safety? I know that you are upset that I became king first, but what is done cannot be undone. It is better to accept it." Vader shook his head and continued, "Your grace, your situation is not very good now. 1/3 of the nobles in the entire kingdom are against you. Why are you unwilling to give up the throne? If you agree to give up the throne, the Savoy family is willing to bear your expenses this time and compensate you. It seems that you want to replace me." Sulen instantly understood the Savoy family's plan. The Savoy family wanted to replace the Henry family as the new royal family of Florence. "This is a normal transfer of power within the Kingdom of Florence," Vader said. Sulen smiled slightly. "Do you think your strength is enough?" Vader glanced at Sulen and said, "I still have to thank Sir Sulen for the life essence last time. After using it, my father has already advanced to the legendary level." "Advanced to the legendary level? No wonder you are so confident. But the legendary level is different from the legendary level." Sulen shook his head. "How about this? I can give you a chance. I will fight with your father. As long as he can win, I will withdraw and hand over the Kingdom of Florence to you. And if I win, I don't need you to pay anything. You just need to announce that I am the king of the Kingdom of Florence. I need to go back and report to my father. Then I will tell you the result," Vader said with a nod. "Of course." Sulen nodded. Chapter 422. Vader quickly left San Filto City and returned to the encampment of the army in Cult City without stopping. He then went straight to the largest tent in the center. "Father, I'm back," Vader said respectfully to the Marquis of Savoy. "Have a seat." The Marquis of Savoy nodded. After Vader sat down, he asked, "What did he say?" "His Excellency Sulen doesn't agree to abdicate," Vader said. "Humph, that's not surprising." The Marquis of Savoy sneered. He stood up from his seat and walked to the map placed in the tent. "No one will easily give up power that's at their fingertips. Moreover, 1/3 of the territory has already recognized him as the king." "What else did he say?" The Marquis of Savoy picked up a charcoal pencil and marked on the map. "He said that if father wants to compete with him for the throne, we'll have to fight him. If you win, he'll choose to withdraw and give up the Kingdom of Florence. If we lose, we'll have to recognize him as the king of the Kingdom of Florence," Vader said in a low voice. "Father, I think we should just attack directly. As long as we mobilize, I believe many nobles will follow suit. When the time comes, San Filto City won't be able to stop us." "Mobilize? That's easy for you to say." The Marquis of Savoy glanced at his son and put the charcoal pencil back. "It's easy to mobilize, but what about after that? Many nobles will respond, but most of them won't put in any effort. They'll wait for us and Sulen to fight until both sides suffer, then take advantage of the situation. Don't think too highly of those nobles. What kind of people are they? They won't act until they see the hair." The Marquis of Savoy snorted. After circling the tent twice, the Marquis of Savoy said, "Looks like we can only use battle." After thinking for a long time, the Marquis of Savoy nodded in agreement. He was very confident in his own strength. In his impression, although Su Len had a record of killing a legendary orc, that orc was already seriously injured. Therefore, he felt that he should be on par with Su Len. What he didn't know was that different people had different physiques, and the same applied to legends as well. The next step was to discuss the time and place. These matters were quickly finalized. The two sides agreed to fight 30 miles northeast of Feather City. The time was set for 3 days later in the morning. After discussing the details of the battle, Su Len began to deal with other matters. He was preparing to build a military camp in San Filto. Originally, more than half of the soldiers in San Filto had been killed or injured. Although Su Len later took in some scattered soldiers, these soldiers were far from being elite. Therefore, he was preparing to build a military camp and recruit new soldiers. He would also send the original soldiers to the military camp for training. Only after going through such training could these soldiers reach the standard of a qualified soldier of Beifeng Principality. After Su Len ascended the throne, the southern provinces had the most opposition. In fact, Su Len's reputation was mostly spread in the northern provinces. Not many people in the south knew about it, and since a long time ago, the southern provinces had looked down on the northern provinces. The main reason was the economic disparity. For the southern provinces, the northerners were a group of barbarians who liked to fight and kill. What's more, Su Len's territory was in the northern wilderness, which was further north of the northern provinces. In their eyes, it was a completely barren land. The best way to make these people admit that Su Len was the king was to persuade them physically. Su Len didn't plan to transfer the army of Beifeng Principality, so he could only rebuild the army in San Filto. Compared to Beifeng City, the conditions in San Filto were much better. At least there were more than 150,000 people here. With enough manpower, the construction of the military camp was very fast. In addition to the ordinary military camp, Su Len also built a military camp for female soldiers. Su Luen was going to let the maids in the palace serve as the first batch of female soldiers in the military camp. There were still a lot of female soldiers in this world. The most famous one was the Amazon female warriors in the southern rainforest. Don't think that they were easy to bully just because they were women. In fact, the Amazon female warriors were very powerful. In addition to the Amazon female warriors, there were also female soldiers among the elves, especially among the drows. Su Len's plan to build female soldiers didn't attract much attention. Most people just thought it was the king's hobby. While the military camp was being built, Su Len began to clean up San Filto. The first thing to be changed was the sanitation. Su Len was used to the cleanliness of Beifeng City. After coming to San Filto, he hated the dirty streets, so after the city settled down, Su Len began to set up sanitation regulations to clean the streets. There was plenty of manpower in San Filto City, and Su Luen easily recruited a large number of workers. Although they were called workers, most of them were actually poor people. More than 90% of the cities in the world had slums. These people were cheap and only needed a small amount of money to hire them. After having the manpower, Su Len began to issue laws. No one was allowed to dump garbage or feces on the streets. Violators would be fined and sentenced to 1 week of unpaid labor. Of course, this kind of thing couldn't just be an order. If people were not allowed to dump garbage everywhere, they had to be given a place to dump garbage. Otherwise, this order would not be beneficial to the people but harmful. Su Len selected some people from the slums and divided San Filto into districts. Each district would have a garbage transfer station. The residents and merchants around would need to send their garbage here. Then, these people would drive the garbage out of the city every morning. At the same time, Su Len also sent people to start building public toilets in each district. After these things were built, Su Len issued a ban on dumping garbage and defecating everywhere. The nobles in the city were puzzled as to why Su Len wasn't in a hurry to quell the rebellion. However, under Sullen's power, they were very well behaved on the surface. However, under Sullen's power, they were constantly up to no good in private. In order to obtain information, Sulen formed the embroidered uniform guard. Now that he was the king, Sulen naturally expanded the embroidered uniform guard. However, the embroidered uniform guard wasn't something that just anyone could become. Sulen could only recruit 20 people from other places and use these 20 people to build the framework. Then, he would recruit others and quickly establish the embroidered uniform guard. With the embroidered uniform guard, Sulen would be able to know every move of the nobles in San Filto. With the embroidered uniform guard collecting information, it would be very useful when Sulen went to quell the rebellion of the nobles. There was no need to say how useful information was in a war. Scouting, eavesdropping, breaking ties, spreading rumors, acting as a spy, and so on were too many. Time passed quickly, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, Sulen left some instructions to Phyllis and then left San Filto alone. As for the soldiers of Beifeng Duchy, they stayed behind to protect the palace and prevent the nobles from causing trouble when Sulen wasn't around. The Pegasus was very fast, and it only took 10 minutes to arrive at the location of the battle. When Sulen arrived, he found that Marquis Savoy was already waiting there. In addition to him, there were about 500 cavalrymen waiting not far away. Sulen took a few glances and didn't pay attention to them. "Long time no see, Marquis Savoy," Sulen said as he dismounted. "Long time no see, Duke Beifeng." Savoy nodded. After a few simple pleasantries, both sides went into the main topic. "Marquis Savoy, we are clear about the conditions. Do you have any objections?" Sulen asked. "No." "That's good. When you lose, Marquis Savoy, don't go back on your word," Sulen said with a smile. "Ha, Marquis Savoy is too confident. I was worried that Marquis Savoy would go back on his word." "Don't worry, I can still afford to lose. Besides, how could I lose?" Savoy said confidently. Sulen smiled. "In that case, let's begin." "Okay." Sulen took out his storm war halberd, while Savoy took out a two-handed heavy sword. As soon as they were ready, rays of light flashed past Sullen's body. Greater haste. Slow. Arcane Missile X3. A spiritual light instantly enveloped the Marquis of Savoy's body. He felt his body sink, as if he was standing in mud. His movements were clearly much slower. Before he could react, a series of arcane missiles flew at him. Savoy's expression changed slightly. He dodged while blocking. Sulen took the opportunity to rush up and smash down with his storm war halberd. The battered and exhausted Savoy didn't care about his reputation. He rolled to the side to dodge. The storm war halberd fiercely smashed into the ground, and then the war halberd swept across, raising a large amount of dirt into the air. The war halberd carried a biting cold wind, and the wind blew the dirt away in all directions, covering a radius of a few meters. If one was not prepared, one's eyes would be blinded if they were not careful. Savoy was also very experienced in battle. The moment the dirt flew up, he covered his eyes with one hand and swung his heavy two-handed sword with the other. Whirlwind slash. Clang. The heavy sound of metal clashing rang out as the storm war halberd and the two-handed heavy sword collided. Savoy's weapon was of good quality, and it wasn't damaged by the storm war halberd. However, as soon as they came into contact, Savoy felt an irresistible force. Before he could adjust himself, a storm of attacks descended upon him. The Marquis of Savoy could only defend himself pathetically in the face of such an attack. He had no room to retaliate. Clang! A loud sound rang out, and the two-handed sword flew high into the air. In the next second, the storm war halberd's cold blade pressed against Savoy's chest. Chapter 423. I've lost. The Marquis of Savoy was taken aback when he saw the gleaming blade in front of his chest. Whoosh! Sulen smiled and put away his storm halberd. Since the outcome has been decided, you should know what to do, Marquis. The Marquis of Savoy's face turned pale. After a while, he said, I'll keep my promise. He turned to leave. Wait a minute. Su Luan was the first to stop Marquis Savoy. Duke, do you want me to stay here? The Marquis of Savoy's expression changed. Su Luan sneered when he heard the way the Marquis of Savoy addressed him. As expected, the Marquis of Savoy's wishful thinking. However, since Su Luan dared to bet, he naturally had a way to make him keep his promise. Don't worry, Marquis. I just have something to give you. Su Luan smiled, and with a flip of his palm, he took out the self-created hero template from the storage space. The self-created hero template could turn an ordinary person into a hero, but it also had a powerful function: the user could never betray Su Luan. What is it? The Marquis of Savoy asked curiously. This. Su Luan quickly sent the self-created hero template into the Marquis of Savoy's body before he could react. The Marquis of Savoy, who was about to block, froze the moment the light ball entered his body. It took him a few seconds to recover. After the light ball entered the Marquis of Savoy's body, Su Luan heard a system notification. Are you sure you want to use the self-created hero template? Yes. Template fusion. Fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new hero. Master. The Marquis of Savoy said respectfully after he recovered. Su Luan had never believed in the so-called bet. He had planned to take the Marquis of Savoy as his subordinate from the beginning. A legendary warrior was a rare high-end combat force. Moreover, the Marquis of Savoy's family had influence in the north. He could not bear to lose such a top fighter. Name, Spencer Savoy. Loyalty, 100, locked, race, human, class, knight level, legendary strength, 31 agility, 20 spirit, 16 physique, 27 charm, 14 commander, 78 characteristics, talents: legendary sturdy, legendary tenacity, agility, battle dodging, intermediate iron bones, battle reflex, calm, iron blood, overlord, flexibility, proficient in battle techniques, firm will, extended lifespan. Skills: cleave, heavy chop, whirlwind slash, cross sword technique, white raven sword technique, night battle, aristocratic etiquette, whirlwind slash, excels in defense, excels in weapon combat, excels in defense, excels in offense, excels in collision, quick movement, intimidate, trample weapon proficiency, bow 120, javelin 125, sword 197, horsemanship 178, shield 150. The Marquis of Savoy's attributes weren't that outstanding. They were only above average. In fact, if it weren't for the existence of the health potion, he would never have broken through to the legendary rank. Su Luan checked Marquis Savoy's information and said, "Announce that you recognize me as the king and swear your loyalty to me when you return." "Yes, master." Marquis Savoy said respectfully. "Well, take your men back and wait for my call at any time." Su Luan said and mounted the horse and left. Marquis Savoy also left with his men after Su Luan left. Over the next few days, something major happened in the Kingdom of Florence. One of the 4 electors, the most powerful noble family in the north, the House of Savoy, suddenly announced that they recognized Su Luan as the king of the Kingdom of Florence and swore their loyalty to the king. This had a huge impact on the entire Kingdom of Florence. The nobles in the northern provinces who refused to recognize Su Luan immediately became obedient after hearing the news. Some nobles even directly announced that they recognized Su Luan as the king of Florence, and those neutral, fence-sitting nobles who were originally in a wait-and-see state also expressed their recognition of Su Luan as the king after seeing this situation. With the support of the Marquis of Savoy, the entire north quickly settled down. Even the nobles who were still stubbornly refusing to recognize Su Luan kept a low profile. However, Su Luan was very vengeful. How could he let these guys go? He directly ordered the Marquis of Savoy to lead an army to eliminate the stubborn nobles. After receiving Sullan's order, the Marquis of Savoy immediately gathered an army to suppress the rebellion. After subduing the Marquis of Savoy, Su Len could finally free up his hands to deal with the restless nobles. It took a week for the construction of the barracks in San Filto City to be completed. Su Len began to let the original scattered soldiers re-enter the barracks in batches for training. On the other side, the female soldiers' camp also recruited 100 palace maids for training. There were 2 instructors for these female soldiers, a half-elf and a drow. Su Len did not intend to let these female soldiers fight head-on. Instead, he intended to let them guard the palace. After Sullen's strict orders, the sanitation of San Filto City was greatly improved. Although there was still a lot of garbage in some remote corners, the main roads had been cleaned up very neatly. The smell of human and animal excrement that could be smelled as soon as one entered the city had also been greatly reduced. Su Len recruited a large number of people to repair the main roads of the city. The originally muddy soil road began to be flattened by a large number of stone rollers. After the road was flattened, a layer of gravel began to be placed on it and continued to be rolled. In this way, the original soil road was replaced with a stone road. On both sides of the road, Su Len also asked the construction team to dig 2 drainage ditches. The drainage ditches were not large, only 50 centimeters wide and 60 centimeters deep. These drainage ditches extended along the road. The drainage ditches were covered with stone slabs, and there were some gaps where the slabs were connected. With the drainage ditches, even if it rained, there was no need to worry about waterlogging on the city's roads. In this era, waterlogging was common in the cities. Most of the time, when it rained, there would be water everywhere in the city. Although the drainage ditches could not completely eliminate waterlogging, most of the time, waterlogging would not occur again. The amount of work required to flatten the road was huge. Su Len recruited a large number of workers from the slums. For a time, even the security of the slums improved a lot. Speaking of security, San Filto City's security was not good. It should be said that security was generally bad in this world. No matter which city it was, there were people who committed crimes. Underworld organizations, gang members, gray areas, officials, nobles, and so on. Not to mention the current world, even in Sullen's previous life, if the law was strictly enforced, a large number of people would go to jail or even eat peanuts. Corrupt, deceitful businessmen, black-hearted fake medicine, poisoned food, and so on. There were also all kinds of false advertisements on television stations. A group of people formed groups to cheat the elderly in the name of health consultations and safety lectures. There were even many people who used all kinds of methods to escape the punishment of the law. In Sullen's previous life, he heard a saying, "Justice may be late, but it will never be absent." However, this was not the original meaning of this saying. The original words of the judge were, "Justice will never be absent, it will only be late." The meaning was to criticize late justice and to express dissatisfaction with inefficient court trials. It meant that late justice was not true justice to everyone. But at some point in time, this sentence had been changed to this. The meaning was completely opposite, completely overturning the original idea, and instead praising the late justice. In his previous life, there was a rape case in the number 10 special family area. The person who discovered the corpse was sentenced to death and executed by firing squad for 23 years before his case was cleared. Meanwhile, the real murderer was arrested 9 years later and admitted to the crime. He waited until 23 years after the crime was committed before he was officially sentenced to death. Su Len was resolute in his crackdown on crime. Moreover, the laws in the Beifeng Principality were completely different from the laws in this world. The laws in this world were very similar to the laws in the Western world in his previous life. It was basically a sham. In front of the law, the nobles had special privileges. Apart from the nobles, the rich could also form a powerful group of lawyers. They had plenty of time and money to slowly drag it out with you. How could ordinary people drag it out with them? When they could not hold on any longer, they could only withdraw the lawsuit. In fact, these laws were completely to protect the interests of the privileged class. The laws in the Beifeng Principality were completely different. The most basic law in the Beifeng Principality was that those who committed a crime must be punished. For example, the most common reform through labor. This type of punishment was mainly used in cases where the degree of the crime was relatively small and did not cause much harm. Of course, there were many types of reform through labor, from cleaning the streets to transporting garbage to mining. In the Beifeng Principality's laws, there was no such thing as mediation. Those who violated the law had to be punished. If the crime was serious, they would be sent to mining and smashing stones. If the crime was light, they would be sent to clean the streets. All prisoners had to complete these jobs to earn living expenses during their time in prison. Otherwise, they could only starve. There was no need to talk about humanitarianism. When these prisoners committed crimes, why did they not talk about humanitarianism? If they talked about humanitarianism to criminals, then what about the victims? Moreover, in the Beifeng Principality's laws, the role of lawyers was reduced to the extreme. Basically, there were no serious crimes like robbery or murder. With a lawyer representing them, they could get a light sentence or even acquittal. The judicial officials in Sanfilto City could only amend the laws according to Sullen's wishes. At the same time, Sulen strengthened the training of the city guards. He had already planned to completely eliminate all kinds of gangs and illegal organizations in Sanfilto City, especially the slums. This would be the focus of the cleanup. Chapter 424. The slums were common in most cities in this world. Apart from being dirty and messy, they were also the hotbeds of evil and the darkest corners of the city. Murder, robbery, and smuggling were common occurrences here. Even the churches in the city rarely came here. People died here almost every day. Even the priests of the Dawnlight Shrine, who were known for their kindness, did not care about the lives of these people. However, things began to change with the arrival of the new king. The most obvious change was that many of the slums were hired to work. Although the work was hard, they could eat their fill and even get a salary. This gave many people hope to survive. Who would want to die if they could live? In an instant, these slum people burst out with a strong work enthusiasm and were grateful to Su Luen, the king who brought them hope. However, the changes in the slums also made some people think differently. Boss, I've asked around. Those bumpkins earn about 10 copper nars a day. The women get 8, and even the children get 5, a skinny, wretched-looking man with a mustache said excitedly. I've done some calculations. There are more than 200 people in our gang's territory. If they are all adults, they can earn 2,000 copper nars a day, which is equivalent to 2 kinnar. That's 60 kinnar a month. That's not a small amount. A fierce-looking man with a scar on his face said with a hint of greed in his eyes, looks like our king is really rich. The scar-faced man took out a small knife and played with it. He then said, Mouse, pass down the order. Everyone who goes to work must pay 80% of the safety fee when they return. I'll leave this to you. If anyone dares to hide it and refuse to pay, break one of their hands. Don't worry, I'll do it properly. I won't miss a single copper nr. The wretched-looking man with a mustache patted his chest and promised. After the health regulations were issued, Sanfilto City changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The impact of the war had gradually faded, and the city became more prosperous than before. Knock knock knock. A series of knocks sounded. Come in, Sulen said without raising his head. Sulen couldn't help but sniff at the fragrance. He looked up and said in surprise, Phyllis, why are you here? I'm here to see you. Phyllis, who was wearing a court lady's dress, said with a lunchbox in her hand. You'll be living here for the next 2 days. Although the country's affairs are important, you should also pay attention to your rest. This is the meat soup that I asked someone to prepare for you. Try it first. All right. Smelling the tempting aroma, Sulen also felt his stomach turning. He picked up the broth and started to gulp it down. Phyllis chuckled and wiped the rice off the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief. Don't drink so fast. No one's fighting with you. If it's not enough, there's more here. That's enough. Sulen patted his belly and put down the bowl. What have you been up to these days? Phyllis asked as she put away the tableware. Sulen picked up the documents on the table and said, busy making laws. Making laws? Are there any problems with the old laws? Phyllis looked at Sulen in confusion. Big problems. Sulen curled his lips and said, the laws are too simple and crude. The punishment for crimes is also very low. Most of the time, it's impossible to uphold justice by following the laws. In addition to these laws are also very vague about taxation. For nobles and wealthy merchants, taxes are reduced or directly exempted. For commoners, there are more than 100 types of taxes, such as head tax, toll tax, goods tax, land tax, housing tax, city gate tax, salt tax, and so on. If the taxes are collected strictly according to the laws, it's not so bad. But I've checked the tax records over the years. The taxes are getting lower and lower year after year. It's obvious that the officials are colluding to embezzle the taxes. I've also asked someone to investigate the specific tax situation. It turns out that the tax collected by the state is 1 silver NR, while the tax officials directly collect 1.5 or even 2 silver NARs. The taxes of civilians are increasing year after year, but the state's taxes are falling. In the end, the state doesn't collect enough taxes, but the civilians pay more. The state loses money, and so do the civilians. Only the nobles and the officials get rich. Sulen sneered and threw the documents on the table. Hearing Sulen's words, Phyllis was a bit anxious. Then what should we do? Should we just arrest the tax officials and the nobles and force them to hand over the taxes? That can solve the problem, but it won't do much for the people at the bottom. If we arrest these people and replace them with others, the result will probably be the same as before, Sulen continued. The better way is to improve the laws and strengthen the supervision of the officials and nobles. Then let's do as you say. I support you. Phyllis walked to Sulen and hugged him. Sulen gently stroked Phyllis's hair. Don't worry. It will be better. Compared to North Wind Principality, the Kingdom of Florence had existed for hundreds of years. Although it had a larger population and a larger territory, it was much worse than North Wind Principality in all aspects. In terms of taxes, in North Town, no one dared to violate the rules set by Sulen, and no one dared to embezzle. There were many successful experiences in North Town, and the key ones were the prison built by Sulen and the twice-yearly ideological education. Officials at all levels had to go to the prison for ideological education every 6 months. Plus, there were all kinds of rules and supervisors in North Town. Basically, no one dared to cross the line. Even if someone wanted to do so, they would be caught very soon. Sulen gave officials the right to report. There was an office in the city hall that received reports, and they needed to report with their real names. Even normal civilians could report officials to the city hall. Of course, if the report was verified, the person who reported it would be rewarded, but if it was false, the person who reported it would also be severely punished. This kind of reporting was originally used to restrict officials. Sulen didn't want it to become a tool for someone to take revenge. This system had been running in North Town for more than a year, and it seemed to be working well. There was a prison in San Filto City, but it didn't have all kinds of bonuses like the prison in North Town. Therefore, if Sulen wanted to follow North Town's rules, he would have to build a new prison. Since he had decided to do it, the sooner, the better. After Sulen marked out the location of the prison, he asked people to build it according to the blueprint he gave. The workers were still recruited from the slums. The slums had a lot of manpower, and they were cheap. Ever since Sulen and Phyllis ascended to the throne, San Filto City had been constantly building. All kinds of construction projects provided a lot of jobs in San Filto City. With a job, there would naturally be income. With income, there would be consumption. This would promote the city's commerce, and the materials needed for various projects would be purchased from the market. Business activities would become more frequent, and the entire city would become prosperous. San Filto City was now more prosperous than it was before the war. Seeing such a prosperous scene, no one would have thought that this city had just gone through a war half a month ago. In order to better control San Filto City, Surin also contacted Hathaway through the communication magic array and asked her to transfer a group of grassroots officials from Beifong Dukedom to San Filto City, as well as a group of tamed falcons from Beifong City. The officer training school in North Town City had never stopped. In the past, due to the lack of manpower, the first few batches of training lasted 1 month. Now, it had been extended to 6 months, and the number of people in each batch had increased to 100. The most recent batch of officials was about to finish their training, and they were all sent to San Filto City. Magic communication was expensive, so Sulen planned to build an eagle nest in San Filto City and use falcons to communicate. At the same time, to strengthen the connection with North Town City, Sulen planned to build a teleportation circle. Of course, this teleportation circle could only be used for emergency communication. The teleportation circle cost a lot to build, and it required a lot of mana. The teleportation circle in North Town City was powered by the elemental pool, but even so, it couldn't be used frequently. San Filto City was thousands of miles away from North Town City, so the energy consumption was even higher. He also needed to build an elemental pool. Footsteps came from the corridor, and then there was a hurried knock on the door. "Come in." The door was pushed open, and a servant came in hurriedly. "Your Majesty, our workers in charge of the construction work were killed." Sulen suddenly looked up. "What did you say?" The servant quickly said, "A few workers we sent to build the infrastructure of the city were killed. Their bodies were decapitated and dumped near the city gate." "Who did it?" Sulen's voice was like the cold wind from the icy plains, freezing people. The servant gulped. "We suspect that it was done by the gangs in the slums." "Gangs? How dare they kill my people?" Sulen's face was cold, and his eyes were filled with anger. "I heard that it was because of the workers' salaries." "Those workers didn't pay their salaries." Sulen's face turned even uglier. "No, that's not it. The workers' salaries weren't delayed. It was those gangsters who wanted to forcibly take away the workers' salaries. As a result, our staff went to reason with them." Chapter 425. "You mean those gangs in the slums wanted to rob the workers of their wages, and our men were killed when they tried to stop them?" Sulen listened to the whole story as he walked. "Are there any nobles involved in this matter? Are there any nobles behind those gangs?" "Sorry, Your Majesty, we haven't figured it out yet." "Send people to continue the investigation. Now, bring some people to clean up the slums." Sulen said in a deep voice. "Yes, Your Majesty." The roads in the slums were still muddy. Mud and dirt would splash up when one stepped on them. Occasionally, there would be places where feces would be dumped. The air was always filled with a foul smell. Small shacks were built in a messy manner, and there were many skinny children with blue faces and ragged clothes on the streets. Rats scurried across the ground from time to time. Compared to the other parts of the city, this place was like a completely different world. Of course, in addition to those low and shabby shacks, there were also a few tall buildings in the slums. There were many strong men with scars around the buildings. Obviously, these places were the gangs in the slums. When Sulen arrived at the scene of the incident, it was already surrounded by people. A servant hurried to greet him. "Your Majesty." The servant carefully carried a few stretchers over. After seeing the bodies on the stretchers, Sulen's face became even gloomier. He looked like a volcano that was about to erupt. The man on the stretcher was already dead. His back was a mess of flesh and blood. One could even see his white spine. His 4 limbs were broken. Someone had broken his limbs and whipped him to death. The attendant lifted the linen cloth from the other stretcher and saw that the other corpse was also covered with whip marks. There were more than 10 marks left behind by Luo Tai on the chest. The skin on the chest was almost completely burnt. There were also many signs of severe beating on the face. It was almost impossible to recognize the original appearance. There was a deep strangle mark on the neck, and the head was tilted to one side. The neck was fractured. The last body was also badly beaten. His legs and arms were broken. 7 of his 10 fingers were broken. His body was covered in blood. Many parts of his skin were torn off while he was still alive. His teeth were also broken. It was not hard to imagine how much pain these 3 people had suffered before they died. Sullen's face became gloomier. He was emitting a cold, murderous intent. Even the servants around him could not help but shiver. They quietly moved back a few steps. As soldiers who had followed Sulen since he was in the north town, they rarely saw Sulen with such an expression. However, every time they saw him, it was bound to be bloody. Aten. Sullen's cold voice was like a bone-chilling wind. Yes, your majesty. The drow bowed and took a step forward. Take your men and capture all the people involved. Remember, I want them alive. Sulen looked at the drow in front of him and said, Your Majesty, we promise to complete the task. Aten immediately said loudly. Sulen nodded. Very good. Your skills are not rusty, right? Try it on all of them. Hearing Sullen's words, the servants around him could not help but shiver. In terms of the skills of torture, the drows could be ranked in the top 3 on the continent. Although these drows in the north town were all believers of the Dark Maiden, their skills were not weak at all. The 3 staff members had obviously experienced very cruel torture and were brutally killed after the torture. Since Sulen ascended the throne, he had become the master of San Felto City. Now, someone actually treated his people like this in his territory. This was no different from slapping Sulen in the face. These 3 staff members were managers recruited to transform the city. They led the workers to transform the city and represented the work of the city hall. Now that they were tortured and killed, how could Sulen not be angry? After Aten left with his men, Sulen turned around with a strong murderous intent. On the surface, it was just the killing of 3 staff members, which was not a big deal. However, for Sulen and the new city hall of San Felto City, it was a blatant humiliation. This was a very serious blow to the prestige of Sulen and the city hall in the eyes of ordinary civilians. Sulen was the king of the kingdom of Florence, and San Felto was the capital of the kingdom. In the capital, his staff members were cruelly killed and abandoned near the city gate. What would the civilians in the city think if they saw this? They would think that as the king, Sulen could not even protect his own people in the capital. Who would dare to follow Sulen in the future? This was a serious provocation to Sullen's dignity. He had to use 10 times more cruel means to exact revenge. Everyone involved in this matter had to pay the price in blood. Hansen. Your subordinate is here. The barbarian next to him stepped forward and saluted. Take your men and occupy the entire slum area. Kill anyone who dares to resist. Sulen said with a murderous look. Blood could only be washed away with blood. Cain. Your subordinate is here. Take people and lock down the noble area. Don't let anyone in or out. Yes, your majesty. Sulen did not believe that these gangs in the city had no connection with the nobles in the city. It could be said that without the support of the nobles, these gangs would not be able to develop at all. Most of the time, the gangs in the city were the dogs of the nobles. They helped the nobles deal with things that they could not do in public. These gangs did a lot of illegal things in private. Without the support of the nobles, they would have been dealt with. Sulen didn't have time to deal with these gangs before. After all, these gangs were in the slums. As long as they didn't come out to make trouble, Sulen planned to let them live for a while. When he had time to deal with them, he would deal with them. Unexpectedly, these gangs took action first. As the king of the kingdom of Florence, if these gangs dared to despise him, then the nobles in the kingdom would not respect him. By then, the whole kingdom of Florence would be full of rebellions. After the order was issued, Hansen smiled ferociously, then led his barbarians and army directly into the slum area. Hansen's army was more than 5,000 people. Each barbarian warrior led an army of 100 people. These barbarian warriors were fully armored and wielding giant axes. The gangs that were originally tyrannical in the city were not much stronger than chickens in front of them. On the other side, Aten and the Drows were also constantly advancing. Their goal was the culprit of this incident. Just after the incident, they investigated immediately and had already figured out the lairs of the gangs. Now, they had to capture all of these people. Cain led other people to seal off the noble district. All the nobles were asked to return to their own residences. Seeing this situation, many nobles did not know what was going on at all. At the same time, some nobles were very flustered. The slum area, the Black Dog Gang. This was a 3-story building. Compared to the surrounding shacks, it was like a crane in a flock of chickens. At this time, there was a sound of fighting in this house. Damn it! Run, those people are coming. Monsters, they are all monsters. Bang! A loud noise came, and one of the walls of the house was directly knocked down. A barbarian in heavy armor and holding a giant axe rushed in. As soon as he entered, he waved his giant axe and directly cut 2 gang members around him into 2 pieces. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Several gang members were so scared that they turned around and ran. The barbarian rampaged. Wherever he went, there was no enemy. Although these gang members were much stronger than ordinary people, compared to the barbarian, they were a group of weak chickens. Dealing with them was like chopping melons and vegetables. Only a few of the leaders' strength had reached the level of beginner or intermediate professions. As the army entered, the slum area was cleaned up bit by bit. The ordinary poor were hit and isolated. This time, Sulen was ready to completely clean up the slum area, but the ordinary people living here could not be ignored. These people would be temporarily placed in concentration camps. The next city construction would employ all of these poor people. Of course, before that, they still needed to catch the gang members hiding in the slum area. For the gang members who resisted, Sulen's order was to directly behead them. As for those who surrendered, they would be investigated and then dealt with according to the law. Those who had committed serious crimes would be directly killed. The rest would be assigned to various places according to their crimes until the end of their sentence. The slum area was not small. After cleaning it up, Sulen would completely demolish the slum area. Some of it would be rebuilt with new houses, and other areas would be built with markets, warehouses, and so on. Sulen built 4 concentration camps outside the city. Each concentration camp could accommodate 20,000 people, which was enough to accommodate all the poor. As the army continued to advance, more and more poor people were sent to the concentration camps. Aten had also completed the task given by Sulen. The murderers of the 3 staff members, as well as the entire gang, were all brought over. At this time, these people's limbs were broken, their 10 fingers were dripping with blood, and there were all kinds of wounds all over their bodies. All the punishments of the 3 dead had been given to these people. Moreover, in addition to these punishments, the Drows also used their torture skills. Now, these people were only left with one breath. "Your Majesty, they've been interrogated," Aten said respectfully. Sulen did not look back. He asked directly, "Who's behind them?" "The Grizzly Bear Gang is backed by Viscount Matt, but this time, there's another secret." "What secret?" "When we interrogated them again, we found out that a wizard had unknowingly cast a suggestion spell on them. But that wizard is very cautious. These people have never seen him before." "I know." Sulen's eyes were even colder. Chapter 426. Who else knows about the wizards? Sulen asked. "Your Majesty, I've only told you about this," Aten said respectfully. Sulen nodded. "That's good. Pretend you don't know anything about this. Go and arrest the noble behind the Grizzly Bear Gang." Yes, Your Majesty. Aiden bowed and left. Sulan didn't go after the wizard who was hiding behind the scenes. After all, wizards had too many ways to hide themselves. Sulan didn't have any wizards under his command in Sanfelto City, so it wouldn't be easy to find the wizard. However, it wasn't impossible. He could just ask Hathaway to come and do it. The wizard was so secretive that he couldn't be a legendary. Hathaway could use a prophecy spell to find him. Although prophecies weren't very reliable most of the time, they were still very effective when used on people who were weaker than the caster. The slums were very large. It took a whole day to move all the poor people out. They were all placed in 4 concentration camps. Although they were concentration camps, they didn't lack any living materials. Of course, if they wanted to enjoy these things, they had to work. Sulan wouldn't feed them for free. Other than these poor people, all the gangs in the slums were wiped out, including the noble who was involved with the Grizzly Bear gang. As for the crimes, there were too many. If they were to count, more than half of the nobles in this world would be arrested. The gangs in the slums were wiped out. Other than the kidnappers who resisted and were killed, those who surrendered basically survived. These surviving gang members had to go through a round of screening. Among them, those who committed the most heinous crimes and angered the public were directly sentenced to death. Then, they were sent to the shooting range for the new recruits to train their courage by seeing blood. It was the first time for many of the recruits to kill someone, so they were hesitant when they made their move. Some of the gang members were slashed more than a dozen times but still didn't die. The scene was extremely miserable. It was an extravagant hope to have a quick death here. Those who committed lesser crimes were sentenced to life imprisonment. In Sulan's law, life imprisonment was not like the law in his previous life, where they were sentenced to prison for committing a crime. After that, the state would have to fork out a portion of the tax revenue to support these people. They would be able to eat their fill, wear warm clothes, and receive free medical treatment when they fell sick. In the end, the state would have to waste police resources to keep an eye on them. To the outside world, it was said that this was the spirit of humanitarianism and that criminals also had human rights. That would not work in Sulan. The laws written by his organization did not have such treatment. Those who committed serious crimes but did not deserve death were directly thrown into the mines. They would only be given food and daily necessities after mining a sufficient amount of ores every day. Those who did not work were just waiting for death. Human rights? Unfortunately, criminals had no human rights. Sulan had always felt that emphasizing human rights for criminals was completely condoning their crimes. You treat criminals as human rights, but what about the human rights of the victims? The victims did not break the law, but who cared about their human rights? In Sulan's previous life, he often saw reports of drunk driving car accidents on the news. The perpetrators would even threaten the victims to accept an apology by not paying compensation and issue a letter of understanding. High medical expenses could bring down a family. Many people succumbed like this, and then the perpetrators would be given a lighter punishment. In Sulan's eyes, this was simply ironic. One should not persuade others to do good without experiencing their pain. The number of gang members caught in the slums exceeded 3,000. Half of these people were convicted of serious crimes, such as crimes against the law, human trafficking, robbery, and murder. After confirmation, all of them were sentenced to death. The rest, except for some minor crimes, were thrown out to clean the streets and toilets, and the rest were all sent to the mines. At the same time, Sulan also found a lot of dirt on the aristocrats from these gang members. These gangs were inextricably linked to the aristocrats. Otherwise, how could these gangs survive? In the aristocratic district, in a luxurious aristocratic manner. Bang! An exquisite antique vase that had been passed down from the previous era was slammed to the ground. Then, an angry roar was heard, and the whole room seemed to tremble slightly. In the room, a middle-aged man with a strong body was angrily smashing things. Then, he grabbed the collar of the leader of the few people standing in front of him and roared, "Idiots, bastards, are you looking for death? Who told them to do it? Why didn't you stop those idiots? I really want to pry open your heads and see if it's filled with dog sh*t. You bunch of swine beasts. Don't you know what time it is now? That person has just ascended to the throne by force and is in a hurry to take care of us. Do you want to die faster? Are you rushing to hand him a knife? What do we do now? The outside has been blocked by his people. We can't escape now. The group of people standing in the hall broke out in cold sweat. One of the men who looked strong hesitated and whispered, "Your Excellency, this was done by the Grizzly Bear Gang. It has nothing to do with us." Bang! The strong man directly grabbed a lampstand and smashed it over. The man's head was full of blood, but he did not dare to dodge. Are you a pig? He was furious and roared loudly. He has now surrounded the slums. Do you think it's just to deal with the Grizzly Bear Gang? If he's determined to kill us, none of us can escape. You, Viscount Ron, the Blackfeather Bandits are your people, right? Over the years, at least 20 caravans have died in their hands. Those stolen goods were all sold in the slums. And you, Baron Taros, you've taken tens of thousands of kinnar every year from Sanfilto's grey income, right? I heard that you recently robbed a merchant and killed all of them. And you. How many of you have shit on your butts? How many people in your family have never been stained with blood? Which family of yours doesn't have a representative in the slums? If he really pursues the matter, none of you can escape. A middle-aged man dressed as a noble next to him hesitated for a moment, then his expression turned cold. He said in a deep voice, "Should we strike first?" As he spoke, his right hand slammed down. Bang! The strong man grabbed the clothes rack next to him and smashed it, roaring, "Idiot, who do you think he is? A pig at the mercy of others? He killed a legendary devil the first time he entered the city. Who among the nobles in our city has the strength to do this? Can you invite a legendary powerhouse to take action? You should have seen his army. That group of troops alone can easily kill all of us. What do we do now?" Another well-dressed noble had an ugly look on his face as he slowly said, "Speaking of which, none of us are clean. He's not really planning to kill all of us nobles, is he? How dare he? Why wouldn't he dare?" The strong middle-aged man sneered, "Look at what he's done before. It hasn't even been a month since he ascended the throne. How many nobles in Sanfilto City have died? If the detection spell of this world was cast on all the nobles, then it was estimated that more than half of the nobles belonged to the lawful evil camp. The ruling class had no lack of lawful evil. In their eyes, there was no good or evil, only all kinds of benefits. This group of people was the easiest to fall into depravity. This was also why Sullen's pleasure devil targeted this city when he came here last time. There were too many depraved souls here. To the devils, those depraved souls were their best resources. Most of the time, the more prosperous a city was, the darker the other side. Hand over those gangs, stop all the gray channels, the slave trade, the black market, and the organizations that are no longer there. At the same time, support all of His Majesty's policies unconditionally. Prepare the money, food, and manpower. If we want to survive this crisis, we can only rely on him. I don't think His Majesty is crazy enough to want to wipe out all the nobles. Sulen indeed didn't plan to wipe out all the nobles. If he did, more than half of the nobles in the Kingdom of Florence would rebel, even those who had declared their support for him to become the king. This time, Sulen planned to wipe out the nobles who had gone too far and warn the others. If he really wiped out all the nobles, then the entire Kingdom of Florence could only be wiped out city by city. Governing a city wasn't an easy task. Sulen wasn't a noble family with hundreds of years of history. He couldn't easily find a large number of managers to help him manage the city. Most of the time, he could only rely on nobles. After all, more than 95% of the human population was illiterate. It was difficult to find enough managers. Of course, Sulen had been cultivating talents for a long time. This time, he had wiped out all the gangs. In fact, it was a warning to the nobles. As he expected, after he wiped out all the gangs in the slums, many nobles began to express their goodwill to Sulen in various ways. These nobles began to actively cooperate with Sulen's orders. The efficiency of San Filto city also increased rapidly. After clearing out the slums, the next day, the buildings in the slums began to be demolished. Sulen had already made a plan for this area. In his previous life, real estate development was the most profitable business. The area of the slums was very large, and the bad areas would be built into houses for the poor to live in. The areas with convenient transportation would be transformed into markets. Chapter 427. After the cleanup, San Filto city quickly regained its prosperity. After the gangs were gone, the trading and living conditions were greatly improved. The city's sanitation reform was still ongoing, and the pace was significantly faster. It wasn't a good idea to keep tens of thousands of poor people in a concentration camp. If they didn't find something to do, there would definitely be trouble. Therefore, Sulen began to take out the basic reconstruction of San Filto city. Sulen knew the method of providing relief through work, which was very suitable for these poor people who had nothing. Public toilets and bathrooms were also built, and the streets were turned into cobblestones. The poor people would be paid for their work every day, and they would be able to eat their fill. To them, this was already very blissful. Many new houses would be built in the original slums, and these houses would be sold to the poor at a lower price. The building materials needed could be gathered by the poor people. The poor people would still be used to build the houses, and after the houses were built, they would be sold to the poor people. In this way, the money Sulen distributed to the poor people was once again recovered. It could be said that Sulen didn't spend any money and even made a small profit. He only paid a small price to complete the basic reconstruction of the city. After Marquis Savoy left San Filto city, he led the army back to Cult city. After he announced his loyalty to Sulen, the neutral nobles in the northern provinces of the Kingdom of Florence began to support Sulen. However, there were still a few cities that didn't accept Sulen. These cities were located in the northwest of the Kingdom of Florence. They were already at the border of the Kingdom of Florence. On the other side, they were connected to the Kingdom of Lorenza. The road to these nobles' territories wasn't easy. They had to pass through a mountain range. Because of the mountain range, it was much more difficult to conquer these territories. After 3 days of rest, Sulen ordered Marquis Savoy to lead the army to wipe out these territories. Under the leadership of the legendary knight, the morale of Cult's army soared. None of the rebellious nobles had legendary combat power. As long as Marquis Savoy arrived, it was only a matter of time before the rebellious nobles were dealt with. Sulen had someone send some falcons to the Marquis of Savoy so that he could use them to communicate. If anything unexpected happened, he could be notified immediately. When the Marquis of Savoy went to eliminate the rebellion, the first batch of officials and soldiers from the Northwind Dukedom arrived at San Filto. As soon as these officials arrived, they immediately immersed themselves in their work. Sulen was finally freed from his busy work. After Sulen reviewed the new law, it was passed and officially implemented. Of course, there were many imperfections in the law written in such a short period of time. However, it could be amended slowly as it was used. In addition to the most basic constitution, Sulen also established several branches such as criminal law, commercial law, and civil law. Because of the reinforcements from the Northwind Dukedom, Sulen also began to reform the tax system. In the past, he didn't change it because of the lack of manpower. Sulen didn't trust the previous tax officials in San Filto. If the new tax system allowed them to collect taxes, there would definitely be many problems in the end. Before he had people he could trust, Sulen wouldn't reform the tax system. This time, the biggest change in the tax system was that the nobles were included in the list of taxpayers. In the past, the nobles didn't pay taxes. Not only did they not pay taxes, but their caravans and shops also didn't pay taxes. Sulen wanted to teach them one thing: in this world, birth, death, and taxes were unavoidable. The nobles enjoyed many privileges. If their taxes were abolished, there wouldn't be much money left in the national treasury. After the officials from the Northwind Dukedom arrived, Su Len sped up the construction of the prison. He planned to let the officials experience the prison after it was completed. With the prison, the corruption and dereliction of duty of the officials could be guaranteed. "What's this?" Phyllis asked, pointing at the drawing on the table by Su Len. "Water pipe design." Su Len didn't even raise his head. He focused on the drawing in his hand. "What water pipe design?" "Water pipe design," Su Len repeated. After getting used to the convenient water in the Northwind Dukedom, Su Len felt very uncomfortable after coming to San Filto. "What's this for?" Phyllis asked curiously. Su Len put down the quill and poured himself a cup of tea. "This is the water supply system of the Northwind Dukedom. You've seen it in the Northwind Dukedom. Do you want a cup? I added ice, lemon juice, and sugar. It tastes good." "No need." Phyllis waved her hand. She didn't like the bitter taste of tea. She preferred milk. "I asked someone to bring you today's lunch. Try it and see if you like it." As she spoke, Phyllis took out the fragrant food from the lunchbox. The lunch was very sumptuous. There were grilled fish, steak, lamb chops, vegetable salad, fruit platter, and so on. Phyllis and Su Len enjoyed the lunch together. After the sanitary pads in San Filto were improved, Su Len began to try to improve the living standards of the city. First of all, the water system could greatly improve the happiness of the residents. In addition, the public bathhouse built by Su Len also needed the water system. Otherwise, it would take a lot of time to transport water to all the public bathhouses in the city. There were many benefits to using tap water. Commoners in this world usually went to the river or the well to draw water. Then, they would store a tank of water at a time and use it slowly. Because the tank was rarely cleaned, most of the time, the water in the tank was not very clean. If you looked carefully, you would find a layer of green caterpillar-like things floating in the water tank. In fact, those were algae. Sulen's water supply system this time was a water tower. This method was much less work than the overhead aqueduct. The water from the river outside the city was pumped to the water tower, and then the water was sent to every house through the pipes. Of course, the power problem was solved with spells. In fact, there were many spells that could be used to replace the pump. The simplest one was to use a whirlwind to draw water from the river. This required a simple rune magic circle and an energy crystal to drive it. As long as the energy crystal was replaced in time, the system could be used continuously. Water pipes were either made of iron or copper. Iron pipes had to be treated with anti-rust treatment, or they would be scrapped in a few years. Copper pipes were good, but they were currency. Su Len was worried that someone would steal them and make them into currency. As for silver, there was no need to mention it. However, in this world with magic, this kind of thing was easy to solve. It was not too difficult to just add some anti-rust treatment to iron pipes. There were many ways for wizards to do this. In this way, it would be much easier to build a water system. As for the power source, Su Len planned to use the element pool to replace it. The second problem was the lighting of the palace. Although there were magic lamps in this era, they were rarely used in other places except for the wizard tower. Even the palace used candles. Su Len planned to install magic lamps in all the palaces. The cost of magic lamps was not high. The main problem was the power source. However, since Su Len planned to build the element pool, the power source problem was solved. "You drew a tower." Phyllis sat on Sulen's lap. A pleasant smell enveloped the tip of her nose. "Yes, this is a water tower. It is used to store, purify, and filter water. The water in this tower is sent to thousands of households through pipes." "This is different from the one in Northern Town?" Phyllis asked curiously. "The one in Northern Town uses an elevated aqueduct. This one requires magic," Su Len explained. Then what is this drawing? Phyllis asked, pointing at another drawing. This is a blast furnace used to make iron. Sulen pointed at the drawing and said, this one is hollow. It is used to store fuel and ores. I improved it by combining the dwarves' blast furnace technology. Sulen had seen the blast furnace made by the dwarves in the underground world. To be honest, the blast furnace made by the dwarves was almost the same as a blast furnace except for the smaller capacity and lower temperature. If not for the lack of better materials, the dwarves would have built a bigger blast furnace. However, this was not a problem for Sulen. The dwarves did not have good refractory materials, but the wizards did. The new blast furnace was nearly 8 meters tall and could produce 2 tons of iron at a time. The furnace body was in the shape of a tower, with an inner diameter of 3 meters. To prevent it from collapsing, there was a supporting frame at the bottom. The walls of the furnace were thin at the top and thick at the bottom. The belly of the furnace was half a meter thick. The innermost layer was made of Soraya's fire-resistant bricks, and there was a circle of air supply. The air was pumped into the belly of the furnace by manual blowers or hydraulic blowers. In addition to this blast furnace, Sulen also made a feeder, which was a climbing rail and a movable feeder at the bottom. The feeder would climb to the top of the furnace under the traction of manual blowers or hydraulic blowers. The buckle at the bottom of the feeder would be put in by a hook, which would open the outlet and pour fuel or ores into the furnace. In fact, this thing had been in the dwarves' hands for a long time. Sulen just made some simple modifications and moved it here. The method used to make iron in Sanfelto City was relatively backward. With this blast furnace, the production efficiency had increased several times. As long as a few blast furnaces were built according to the drawing, the production of pig iron in Sanfelto City would increase exponentially. Sulen was planning to expand his army, so he needed a large amount of iron to make equipment. In addition to this blast furnace, Sulen also planned to build a blacksmith workshop to produce equipment in a better way. Chapter 428. In this era, the percentage of soldiers equipped with armor was very low, around 50%. The percentage of regular soldiers could reach 120%, and the percentage of auxiliary soldiers was around 20%. Soldiers in this era were required to prepare their own weapons and rations on the battlefield. The auxiliary soldiers were usually farmers. If there was a war between two noble lands, it would usually be a knight leading a dozen squires against an army of farmers. Sulen's army was not like that. The regular soldiers of the Kingdom of Florence were equipped with leather armor and iron scale armor. Iron armor could only be worn by a platoon leader. The main reason was that the production cost of iron armor was very high. The Kingdom of Florence did not have a hydraulic forge like the one in North Town, nor a blast furnace, so the production of pig iron was limited. A full set of iron armor was not cheap either. Sulen planned to build a blast furnace and a hydraulic forge here to mass-produce iron armor. While Sulen was planning to build a blast furnace, the prison in Sanfelto City was completed. The prison was built from a castle. It looked solemn on the outside. All the windows were only the size of a palm and were sealed with iron pillars as thick as a finger. On the high wall outside the prison, there was a sharp iron fence. Just by looking at it from the outside, one could feel the security was tight. The prison had around 80 rooms, and it was sturdy and durable. After the prison was completed, Sulen came here in a hurry. He planned to bring some officials here for some ideological education. Prison, a prison built from a castle. Any criminal will be severely punished here. Eerie terror plus 33, indestructible plus 30, abrupt repentance plus 28, mind interrogation plus 33, strength suppression plus 35, imprisonment plus 33, spirit modification plus 30, surrender plus 35, city security plus 20, people sentiment plus 15, prosperity minus 3, this is the prison we built? Blacksmith, who was standing not far away, gulped as he looked at the building that gave him goosebumps. Looks good. Sulen said as he looked at the prison. Where are the officials? Are they here? Your Majesty, I've sent someone to inform them. I believe they will be here soon, a guard beside him said respectfully. Around 10 minutes later, a group of officials arrived outside the prison under the guard's lead. Your Majesty. Although they were a little confused when they were suddenly called here, the group of officials did not show any dissatisfaction. Su Len nodded and walked up to the officials. Many people are wondering why I called everyone here. What's so interesting about this prison? We're not criminals. Indeed, you are not criminals, but you are officials. An ordinary person's crime may only affect him or a limited number of people, but you are different. As officials, one of your decisions will affect thousands of people, so I have high requirements for officials. The reason I brought you here is to let you see what kind of punishment you will receive if you bend the law for favoritism, dereliction of duty, corruption, and knowingly break the law. It will serve as a warning to you. As soon as Su Len finished speaking, there was a commotion among the officials below. These officials were all former officials of San Filto City. According to the conduct of the nobles, one could imagine how professional these people were. Even if they were all wiped out, Su Len wouldn't be surprised. Quiet. Seeing the chaotic crowd, Su Len said in a deep voice. I don't care about what you did before I came to San Filto City. I wasn't the king at that time, so it wasn't under my control. But after that, you'd better make up for what you did. If you don't listen to me, don't blame me for not reminding you. Alright, now all of you follow me into this prison. Take a good look at the consequences of doing wrong. After that, Su Len led the jailers and the unwilling officials into this gloomy and terrifying prison. As soon as they entered the prison, they felt a gloomy and cold atmosphere. The entire prison environment was very depressing. The light was dim, and just the corridor made people feel a sense of trepidation. The officials' behavior was even more unbearable. Different from the prison in Northern Town City, there were a lot of torture devices in this prison. These torture devices seemed to have been used before. There was a lot of dark red stuff on them that looked like fresh blood. A few jailers on the side gave a detailed explanation of these torture devices. They even took out a few pieces of pork to demonstrate. When they saw the pieces of pork being tortured by various torture devices, the officials' faces turned pale. Their limbs went soft, and they couldn't even stand properly. Su Len waved his hand. Two jailers went forward and lifted up the officials whose legs went soft. Who knew that as soon as they lifted them up, the officials started to struggle and cry violently. Your Majesty, please spare my life. I know I was wrong. Please spare my life. One of the officials thought that the jailers were going to torture him. He was so scared that his face changed drastically. He cried crazily, Don't come over. Don't come over, Your Majesty, I confess. I surrender. I took bribes from others and worked for them. Your Majesty, please spare my life. For a moment, the entire prison was filled with cries and shouts. Su Len was also shocked by the scene in front of him. He didn't expect the prison to be so effective. He had only seen half of it, and the officials in front of him couldn't take it anymore. Seeing these officials begging for mercy, Su Len was very pleased. Since these people were willing to surrender, Su Len had no reason to refuse. He directly asked someone to record their crimes. Of course, before the records were recorded, all the officials had to walk through the entire prison. Of course, those officials who were so scared that their legs went soft were also forced to walk through the prison by the jailers. After going through such a baptism, the officials became very honest. They recounted all the crimes that they had committed in detail. For these people, those who had committed less serious crimes would continue to be promoted. Of course, they would have to make up for all their previous crimes. They would have to double the amount of money that they had accepted and correct their violations. For those who had committed more serious crimes, they would be removed from their positions after the collection of the stolen goods. Seeing that the prison was so effective, Su Len was relieved. Then, he made a rule that all the officials in San Filto City had to come to the prison once every 6 months for ideological education. The officials from Northern City were very familiar with this rule. As for the officials from San Filto City who had just visited the prison, they didn't dare to have any objections. They were afraid that Su Len would throw them into the prison. It was also from this day onwards that the prison in San Filto City became a sword that hung over the heads of all the officials. Because of this, the prison also became a terrifying place in San Filto City that could stop children from crying. With the prison, the efficiency of the officials in San Filto City doubled. All the excuses in the past disappeared. The operation of the city hall became very smooth. All the government decrees issued by Su Len were implemented seriously. It was no longer as superficial as before. Su Len was very satisfied with this change. The most direct manifestation was that the tax revenue had increased by half. The number of people in San Filto City had also increased from 60% to 75%. It was also from now on that Su Len truly controlled San Filto City. Another thing that was worth being happy about was the furnace in the blacksmith workshop. After some construction, the furnace was finally completed. Speaking of which, the technical level of the blast furnace designed by Su Luen had only reached the level of the earthen kiln in the 1960s of his previous life. It was impossible to make steel, but it was possible to make pig iron. The furnace in the blacksmith workshop was erected in the backyard. The furnace was made of refractory bricks and was cylindrical in shape. However, the two ends were slightly thinner. The furnace in front of him was 6 meters tall. It wasn't built according to the blueprint of 8 meters tall. The main reason was that the workers weren't skilled enough. However, a 6-meter tall furnace wasn't small. This furnace was filled with ores and dyes. It could produce thousands of pounds of pig iron in one steelmaking. In order to make the blast furnace stronger, Su Luen specially blessed the blast furnace with hardening. The refractory bricks on the blast furnace were also blessed with fire resistance by Su Luen, which could reduce the burning of the blast furnace by flames. At the same time, Su Len drew runes on the inner wall of the furnace to increase the temperature of the flames. This could increase the temperature of the flames and melt the ores faster. To put it bluntly, the whole blast furnace was a magic item. A mine cart was used to feed the furnace. It was directly transported through the rails. The rails were connected to the furnace's inlet. The whole design used a pulley block to reduce the strength. There was also a large bellows next to the furnace. It was used to ventilate the furnace and transport oxygen. When the air was transported, there was also a heating device to preheat the air. This way, cold air wouldn't enter the furnace and lower the temperature. With this preheating device, the furnace's temperature could be directly raised by 200 degrees. The furnace was about the same height as the walls of the blacksmith workshop. In order to prevent earthquake collapse, Su Len also installed fixed parts around the furnace to make it more stable. After the furnace was built, it was natural to try it out first. The workers around couldn't wait to try it out. Under Sullen's order, the workers immediately pushed the prepared iron into the furnace and then ignited the charcoal. The orange flame rose instantly, and the surrounding temperature began to rise rapidly. Originally, the charcoal could only be heated to 800 or 900 degrees. However, after using the furnace, the temperature would be further increased. In addition, Su Len also drew runes to increase the temperature of the flames and preheated the air. Finally, the temperature in the furnace directly broke through to 1,600 degrees. Such a high temperature could completely melt the iron ore. Chapter 429. The properties of the blast furnace were pretty good. The ores were completely melted after a dozen hours of calcination. Next, the gate under the blast furnace was opened, and viscous molten iron slowly flowed out of the blast furnace. After the molten iron was stirred and cooled, it would become pig iron. If one wanted to refine pig iron into mature iron, they would have to add limestone and other materials during the calcining process to remove the impurities. However, these human craftsmen relied on their own experience to refine iron. Su Len didn't learn how to refine iron in his previous life, so his knowledge of metal refining was limited. He could only let the craftsmen slowly study it. However, Although they couldn't directly refine iron or steel in the blast furnace, they could still refine iron or steel. But with the hydraulic forging machine, they could use forging to refine steel. With the help of these machines, the production of weapons and equipment was several dozen times faster than before. It wouldn't be long before the soldiers of San Felto City had enough equipment to use. Northern Wasteland, Northtown City. It had been nearly 2 months since Su Len left Northtown City for San Felto City. After such a long time, the Martyr's Palace in Northtown City was finally about to be completed. This wonder building was a set with the Arc de Triomphe and also required Battle Soul Stones. The final step required Su Len to complete it himself. After receiving the report from the City Hall, Hathaway used the communication array to contact Su Len in the distant San Felto City. After learning that the Martyr's Palace was completed, Su Len gave some instructions to Phyllis and used a teleportation spell to return to Northtown City. Because he had the coordinates of Northtown City, the difficulty of long-distance teleportation was reduced a lot. The only problem was that it consumed a lot of energy. After leaving the coordinates in San Felto City, Su Len used a teleportation spell to return to Northtown City. A magic light rose and Sullen's figure appeared in Northtown City in the next second. After leaving for 2 months, Northtown City had already entered winter. The weather had started to turn cold, but the city was still very lively. Northtown City had become even more prosperous in the 2 months since he left. Just as Su Len appeared in the Lord's castle, there was a flash of light. Hathaway's figure appeared, followed by the little succubus Chris and Alex. "Your Majesty, you still remember to come back." Seeing Su Len appear, Hathaway rolled her eyes and said. Su Len smiled awkwardly. He was indeed in the wrong for not coming back for 2 months, so he could imagine that tonight would definitely be a sleepless night. "I've just obtained the Kingdom of Florence. I'm tied up with worldly affairs and can't leave, but I'm preparing to build a teleportation circle in San Felto City. I can come back at any time, and you can go there at any time." Hathaway rolled her eyes and said, "I still have a lot of experiments to do. I don't have time to go to San Felto. I don't have time either. I've been managing Northtown City and the underground world all this time. I don't have time to go." Chris glanced at Su Len and said grumpily, "Don't look at me. If I agree, I'll be a traitor." Alex crossed his arms in front of his chest. His already majestic chest looked even fuller. "Don't." Sullen's figure flashed, and he directly pulled the 3 of them to the living room. "Staying in San Felto City is only temporary. Northtown City is my base. I know this very well, but I'm staying there for a while to stabilize the Kingdom of Florence. Once the kingdom is stabilized, Northtown City will be the new capital." Su Len explained. After some explanation, Su Len finally coaxed the girls and promised them that he would come back for 1 day every 3 days. Only then did the 3 girls reluctantly agree. Northtown City, Central Plaza. A majestic palace stood on the east side of the plaza, only 50 meters away from the majestic triumphal arch. The entire building was made of marble and was 36 meters tall. It was as tall as the triumphal arch next to it. This was the marvelous Martyr's Palace. There were many murals and statues carved on the outside of the Martyr's Palace. The content of the murals was basically the story of Sullen's expeditions. The carvings were of high quality and could be considered works of art. When Su Len arrived at the palace, it was in a sealed state. Su Len pushed open the doors and entered the hall. The decorations inside the Martyr's Palace weren't inferior to the outside at all. The reliefs, murals, and statues were all very beautiful. Su Len went to the center of the Martyr's Palace. There was a tall platform here. He went up to the platform and took out 2 battle soul stones from his storage space. As soon as the battle soul stones appeared, he seemed to hear the clashing of spears and armored horses. He carefully placed the 2 battle soul stones in the gap of the platform. With a flash of light, a powerful energy instantly rose from the altar and quickly enveloped the entire Martyr's Palace. The heroic souls of soldiers slowly appeared in the Martyr's Palace. A faint hymn also sounded in his ears. This was the singing of the legendary angels. At the same time the martyr's palace was activated, the triumphal arch not far away also emitted a powerful energy. The two energies slowly fused together. The projections of heroic souls appeared in the sky above Northtown City one after another. The entire city was in high spirits. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully constructed the martyr's palace. A triumphal arch has been detected in the surroundings. The martyr's palace and the triumphal arch have combined. Martyr's palace, a sacred palace made of marble and battle soul stones to consecrate heroic spirits and war souls. Majestic atmosphere plus 35, indestructible plus 40, war soul everlasting plus 35, martial spirit plus 38, soul nurturing plus 25, heroic spirit growth plus 38. Special effect, heroic spirit space. Summon heroic spirits. Heroic spirit space, this is a special space. War souls and heroic spirits can hibernate, grow, and recover their strength in this space. Summon heroic spirit, summon heroic spirits to assist in battle. Heroic spirits will return to the heroic spirit space after death. Su Len wasn't surprised when he saw the martyr's palace's attributes. From today onwards, the soldiers of Northwind Dukedom would be reborn in the heroic spirit space after death. These war souls would also slowly grow. After some time, these war souls would slowly level up to heroic spirits. With the martyr's palace, the soldiers of Northtown City would be even more fearless. After the martyr's palace and the triumphal arch were combined, the heroic spirit space doubled in size. At the same time, it gained a new special effect, the War God's Blessing. War God's Blessing. In cities or regions blessed by the War God, the chances of newborns becoming excellent warriors are increased. Newborns will naturally gain +1 strength. After seeing the effects of the War God's Blessing, Su Len was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. All newborns gained +1 strength. This was an area of effect. This special effect was very similar to the Sky Garden's Elemental Land. The only difference was that one increased the aptitude of a wizard, while the other increased the aptitude of a warrior. With these two special effects, Northtown City would have an endless supply of wizards and warriors. At the same time, more and more people would be willing to live here. The completion of the Martyr's Palace caused quite a commotion. All the churches in Northtown City sensed the powerful energy. They all came out to take a look. After seeing the Martyr's Palace, these churches were also shocked. They raised Sullen's strength by another level. After completing the construction of the Martyr's Palace, Su Len let out a breath of relief. He then returned to the Castellan's palace to attend the welcoming banquet. It was a silent night. The first rays of the morning sun shone into the room. Su Len slowly woke up from his deep sleep. Su Len had gotten a lot of satisfaction last night, so he slept until noon before waking up. There was still a faint fragrance lingering at the tip of his nose, and his fingertips seemed to still have the soft and delicate touch from last night. The bodies of the women were like octopuses wrapped around his body, and even the messy traces of last night's madness could still be clearly seen. Thinking back to last night's madness, Su Len was still reminiscing about it. Coupled with the seductive bodies around him, his body became erect again. Last night's battle between the three heroes didn't tire him at all. Under his thunderbolt spear, the three women were utterly defeated. They even had to call their two maids over to defend against Sullen's attacks. Originally, their alliance was still very strong. Su Len couldn't break through for a long time. In the end, he had to use his plasma cannon to break through the situation. With the support of the thunderbolt spear, Su Len charged back and forth. The women's alliance crumbled in the end. Of course, they were defeated with honor. In the end, under Sullen's ultimate skill, they could only wait to be slaughtered. It could be said that they suffered heavy casualties. Su Len struggled to get out of bed. He had a simple breakfast and then went to the new city located in the west of the northern citadel. The new city was 50 kilometers away from the northern citadel. With sullen speed, he arrived here in no time. After not seeing each other for 2 months, the new city had changed a lot. The low and simple camp had disappeared and was replaced by a city wall. The city wall was 8 meters tall and 4 to 6 meters thick. Therefore, the city wall was made of bricks and rocks. The wizards then used mud to stone to create this solid city wall. Other than the city wall, many houses were built in the new city. Now, the workers here were living in the new houses. When Boulder and Johnson knew that Sulen had come here, they quickly brought people back. During this time, the two of them had been in charge of the defense of the new city. The bandits and monsters around the new city had mostly been cleared. A large number of monster slaves were also captured here. Currently, there were 5,000 to 6,000 residents in the new city. Its purpose was to protect the trade route and increase the population. With the increase of immigrants, this city would soon develop as the only way to reach the northern citadel. Chapter 430. The moon was dark, and the wind was howling. It was already late at night outside North Town City, and the bustling city during the day had now fallen into silence. A team of soldiers on night patrol walked past the long street. They were in the outer area of North Town City, and there were no other buildings around except for a simple campsite. It was a large amount of empty space reserved for North Town City's upgrade. There was usually no one here during the day, and it was even more desolate at night. Even the soldiers on night patrol rarely came here. Creak. Creak. All of a sudden, some noises reverberated in the silent night. Closely after that, the noises disappeared. A few minutes later, the noises reverberated again. Soon, several black figures, about 1.3 m in height, drilled out of the fence of the camp. "It's safe, there's no one here," a dog-like voice said in dragon language. "Be careful, keep an eye out, and alert us immediately if you find anything wrong," another voice said. The dark clouds in the sky were blown away, and the silver moonlight shone on the ground. With the help of the hazy moonlight, a few black figures slowly appeared. They had dark brown scales, another sharp horn on their heads, and the heads of dogs. They were short and wore tattered clothes. They were a few kobolds. "Hurry and inform the oracle that everything is safe." After observing for a while, one of the kobolds, who seemed to be the leader, said. The kobold beside him immediately went back into the fence. "Lord Oracle, we've already checked, and everything is normal outside." The kobold lowered his voice and said excitedly. "Everything is normal outside, then we'll take action immediately," the kobold oracle in a brown linen robe said with a nod. "Lord Oracle, please come with me." As they moved forward quietly, the kobolds quickly climbed out of the hole in the fence. Everything went surprisingly smoothly, and no one was alarmed when the hundreds of devout believers came out. After seeing all the kobolds come out, a look of joy flashed across the oracle's face. He looked at the sky, and at this moment, the moon was covered by dark clouds again. The entire North Town City was plunged into darkness. This is a God-given opportunity. Everyone, follow us. We're going to escape this cage today. May the Wuxin clan ancestor bless us. After saying that, the kobolds all bowed and prayed. Then, under the cover of the night, they carefully crept towards the city walls. At this moment, in the camp, in the guard's room, a few soldiers were staring at the group of dog-headed people who were carefully escaping. "Captain, are we really not going to capture these fugitives? Are we going to let them escape?" a young soldier asked doubtfully. "This is the Lord's order. Do you dare to disobey?" The captain next to him glanced at him and said. "Hee, I wouldn't dare." The soldier laughed dryly. "By the way, Captain, do you know why Sir Lord is doing this?" The captain next to him knocked on the soldier's head. "Mind your own business. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask." "Oh." The soldier shrunk his head and nodded. The captain turned around and continued to observe the dog-headed people outside. However, he thought to himself, how would I know what Sir Lord is going to do? Under the cover of the night, hundreds of dog-headed people quickly found their way to the vicinity of the city walls. They searched near the city walls for a while, and soon found a sewer. The sewer was not large, but it was connected to the moat outside the city. The sewer was not large, and an adult would not be able to get in at all. However, it was not a problem for the short dog-headed people. A few dog-headed people got into the sewer, and then crawled out along the sewer. Soon, the dog-headed people climbed along the sewer to the edge of the city walls. The sewer of the city would lead to the moat, and then flow out from the moat. However, there were not many of such sewers. They had already seen the moat, but in the end, there was an iron fence that was as thick as a finger at the point where the sewer was connected to the moat. Seeing that they were about to escape, but they were blocked by the iron fence, the dog-headed people were enraged. Bang! A strong dog-headed person slammed the iron fence hard. In the end, something shocking happened. The iron fence that was as thick as a finger broke open at the point where it was connected to the wall. Seeing this, the dog-headed person was overjoyed. He grabbed the iron fence with both hands and shook it hard. As the rubble on the wall slid down, the iron fence blocking the exit of the sewer was pushed to the ground with a clang. "It's open! It's open!" A few dog-headed people cheered excitedly. "What's that sound? Who's there?" At that moment, a loud shout came from afar. Then, they saw faint figures moving toward them. "Oh no, we've been discovered. Let's go." Seeing those figures, the dog-headed people immediately panicked. "Don't panic, there's still time. The sewer is open. Everyone, go into the sewer immediately." Seeing the other dog-headed people panicking, the dog-headed person known as the God's messenger immediately commanded. It was obvious that this dog-headed person had a high status among them. As soon as he spoke, all the dog-headed people immediately recovered and jumped into the sewer. After the dog-headed people entered the sewer, they did not stop at all. Instead, they quickly crawled toward the moat not far away. By the time the soldiers strolled over, all the dog-headed people had successfully escaped. Only when the dog-headed people had escaped a distance away from northern Battlefront City along the moat did they stop, panting. "We've escaped, we've escaped." The dog-headed people cheered excitedly. After the dog-headed people cheered for a while, the dog-headed God's messenger, Horn, raised his arm. Soon, all the dog-headed people quieted down. "My brethren, although we've successfully escaped from the enslavement of those humans, we're not safe now. So, we need to leave this place as soon as possible. The great elder Wuxin has given us an oracle. He has prepared a God-given land for us to live and develop. Praise the true God. Praise the true God. Praise the true God." A wave of cheers sounded, and the dog-headed people's morale rose again. "Okay, let's set off now. We'll go to our new home," Horn ordered, and the dog-headed people set off again. However, what the dog-headed people did not know was that there were a few eagles circling above their heads. At the same time, not far away from them, a few drows were hiding and quietly observing the dog-headed people. In fact, the dog-headed people's successful escape from northern Battlefront City was completely arranged by Su Len. Otherwise, not to mention the dog-headed people, even a group of knights would not have been able to escape easily. The oracle that Horn mentioned was completely made up by Su Len. Even the escape route that the dog-headed people took was prepared by Su Len. To put it bluntly, it was all a big show that Su Len had written and directed. It was just that the dog-headed people did not know about it. After letting Hathaway use the dream-weaving spell, he successfully used the so-called oracle to guide Horn's actions and make the dog-headed person act according to Sullen's instructions. This was also Sullen's way of deceiving the dog-headed people because they were not intelligent. Su Len let the dog-headed people out to let them develop on their own. If he kept interfering with the dog-headed people's development, he would easily be discovered by the evil god that they now believed in. Now, he let them develop on their own and only sent people to monitor them secretly. When the fruit was ripe, they would come and pick it. Horn led the dog-headed people to the north of northern Battlefront City in high spirits. They had night vision, so they could see well at night. The other monsters around northern Battlefront City had already been cleared, so the dog-headed people did not encounter any other wild beasts at night. However, as soon as they left northern Battlefront City, a ferocious wolf set its eyes on them. Ferocious wolves were a common ferocious beast in the northern wilderness. They were over 4 meters long and 1.7 to 2 meters tall. They usually hunted in pairs. As soon as they discovered the dog-headed people, they immediately attacked them. Facing such a ferocious beast, the dog-headed people did not even have weapons. The ferocious wolf easily rushed into their formation. After biting a few dog-headed people to death, it retreated with the corpses. The rest of the dog-headed people took the opportunity to run for their lives. Fortunately, the ferocious wolf did not continue to chase after them after finding food. After encountering the ferocious wolf, the dog-headed people did not encounter any other monsters for the rest of their journey. When the sky gradually brightened, the dog-headed people arrived at a secluded valley. The valley was shaped like a horn. The entrance was small, but the inside was big. There was also a pool of flowing water in the innermost part. There were also some statues and stone carvings not far from the pool. This valley was a ruin discovered by Sulen. The area of the valley was not big, but it was the perfect place for the dog-headed people to nest. After being enslaved in northern Battlefront City for a long time, these dog-headed people had learned how to grow potatoes and other crops. Although they could not be compared to humans, it was not a problem for them to feed their small tribe. After arriving at the valley, Horn finally let out a sigh of relief. This was the God-given land that the god in his dream told him about. After arriving at the valley, all the dog-headed people quickly began to build under Horn's command. In order to let them develop more believers, Sulen purposely drove the surrounding dog-headed people and goblins to this area. As the evil god's priest, Horn naturally absorbed these goblins and dog-headed people. At this rate, this tribe that believed in the evil god would rapidly grow. Chapter 431. The evil god known as the Heartless had lost a divine power clone to Sulen last time. Not only did he lose a lot of divinity, but he also killed all his believers. Sulen helped him develop more believers this time in order for him to descend again. Now, he had a few hundred kobold believers. Although the number was not high and the quality was poor, as long as they were given time to develop, it would not be long before the heartless evil god church grew stronger again. By then, a blood sacrifice would be enough to lure the evil god down. Then, my lord, I have sent people to keep an eye on them as you instructed, a drow said respectfully. Be careful not to be discovered by them. Pay attention to their movements and report to me at any time, Sulen said with a nod. Sulen stayed in Northtown City for 3 days before returning to San Filto City with Hathaway. This time, Hathaway came here to build an elemental pool and a teleportation portal in San Filto City. The elemental pool and the teleportation portal were not cheap. It would probably cost a few million kinnar to build. Fortunately, the kingdom's treasury in San Filto City had not been robbed. There were almost 1 million kinnar in it. In addition to the treasury, Sulen also plundered a lot of kinnar from the exterminated nobles. These nobles had a history of more than a dozen generations. They were all very rich. Their combined wealth was more than the royal family's wealth. Although some of it was used for the demolition and sanitation in San Filto City, there were still a few million kinnar left. It was just enough to build the elemental pool and the teleportation portal. After returning to San Filto City, Sulen and Hathaway found Phyllis. Although he had not been here for 3 days, the nobles in Sulen City were very obedient. Sulen's previous massacre had frightened them. Even if he was not here, the nobles would not dare to do anything. You mean you want to build a teleportation portal and an elemental pool here? Phyllis's eyes lit up. Yes, I'm going to build a teleportation portal between here and Northtown City, Sulen said with a nod. There are a lot of magic materials in the royal treasury. I'll open the treasury in a moment, Phyllis said. Sulen nodded. Although he had a kinnar, it was not easy to get the materials needed to build a teleportation portal with Kinnar. It would be best if he could find it in the treasury. Oh, right. A wizard came looking for you the day after you left. Phyllis suddenly remembered something. Wizard? Sulen and Hathaway were confused. He didn't have much interaction with wizards here. Phyllis nodded. They claimed to be from the Emerald Tower. Emerald Tower. Hathaway, do you know this Magus organization? Hathaway nodded and said, the Emerald Tower is a medium-sized wizard organization. There are 5 great wizards in it. If it weren't for the fact that there are no legendary wizards, they would have been classified as a large wizard organization. But this kind of wizard organization usually doesn't have too much contact with the secular world. What are they going to do with Sulen this time? I heard that when the first prince and the second prince were fighting for the throne, the first prince had the support of some wizards. But because of some unforeseen circumstances, the 3 princes went to heaven together. Could this Emerald Tower be a wizard organization that had contact with the first prince? Sulen suddenly said. That's possible. Hathaway nodded. But don't worry. If they want to cooperate, they can talk to them if they follow the rules. If they don't, I'll talk to them personally. Hathaway raised her head slightly and said with a proud face. As a legendary wizard, she had the power to say so. Did those wizards leave their contact information? Send someone to tell them that I'll meet with them in 2 days, Sulen said. The construction of San Filto City was going very smoothly. The city's sanitation was being renovated very quickly. Now, there was very little garbage in San Filto City. Most of the roads had been replaced with gravel roads or stone slabs. The old and dirty slums had also changed greatly. The original shacks were all demolished, and houses were rising from the ground. Other than these, Sulen's construction of the city's water supply system was also progressing. In order to ensure the water supply of the entire city, it was not enough to rely on just one water tower. Sulen divided the entire city into districts, and then built 1 or 2 water towers in each district to supply water. Sulen had already completed the blueprint and divided the districts. The water towers were already under construction. The water towers were made of iron armor and were in a triangular shape. When it was completed, a layer of stone would be wrapped around the tripod. At the top of the tower was an iron bucket with a diameter of 3 meters and a height of 4 meters. The iron bucket was made of ordinary metal, but the metal had been treated with a special spell to become rust-proof. There was also a rune circle inside the water tower that would generate a whirlwind rune to draw water from the underground or the river to the tower. Other than these functions, the tower also needed to be engraved with a purification rune circle to purify the water before it could be drunk. In this way, each water tower would need to be connected to the elemental pool and be powered by the massive energy of the elemental pool. Other than these, the water pipes also needed to be treated with anti-rust treatment. Hathaway had made a kind of anti-rust paint before. As long as it was applied to the metal pipes, they would not rust. Other places could be left alone, but the palace needed to be installed as soon as possible. On the 3rd day after Sulen's return, 2 wizards came to see Sulen. Sulen asked someone to bring them to the palace. Hello, Your Majesty. A tall wizard bowed to Sulen. Welcome to San Filto City. Sulen smiled. Please have a seat. The 2 wizards sat down, and the leading wizard continued, in less than 2 months, San Filto City has changed a lot from the last time I was here. I've traveled to many cities before, but most of them were filled with a foul smell. The roads were muddy, and there was garbage everywhere. It was completely different from the current San Filto City. Your governance is the best I've ever seen. This is nothing. If you've been to my territory, North Town City, you wouldn't be surprised. Sulen smiled. I heard you supported His Highness before. I remember wizards don't interfere with the common world. Why did you break the rule this time? The 2 wizards looked at each other and said, we supported His Highness because of a deal. All right. Sulen shrugged. It was just an unspoken rule. Then, may I know why the two of you want to see me? The leader hesitated for a moment and said, we would like to make a deal with His Majesty the King. What kind of deal? Let's hear it. Sulen was interested. It's simple. We can support you as the king and send wizards to protect you. The wizard nodded. Sorry, I don't need any of that. Sulen shrugged and said, I'm the king now. I don't need your support. As for protecting me, are you as strong as pleasure demons? Edmund shook his head helplessly. Pleasure demons were legendary demons. It wasn't easy to kill them. Sulen could kill a pleasure demon single-handedly, which showed how powerful Sulen was. As for the wizards sent to protect Sulen, they weren't as strong as Sulen. It was hard to say who would be the one protecting whom. It seemed like their offer wasn't enough to move Sulen. If you want to work with me, please show some sincerity, Sulen continued. Edmund hesitated and said, we're going to work with you to develop a mine. What mine? Sulen furrowed his brows. A silver mine. Edmund smiled mysteriously. Just a silver mine. Sulen frowned. A silver mine was expensive, but it wouldn't be enough for the wizards to ask for cooperation. No. They didn't want silver. They wanted another type of metal, mithril. Just at this moment, Sulen suddenly understood. A term popped up in Sulen's mind. There weren't many things that could make wizards lower themselves to work with them, and if they wanted a silver mine, they must have found mithril. For the sake of this extremely expensive and rare metal, there had even been a dwarf tribe that had been wiped out in history. Mithril might appear as an associated material of silver ore, and it was usually only found in worlds where the elemental tide had appeared. When the elemental tide appeared, precious minerals like mithril were more likely to be born. There was a 90% chance that mithril was present in that silver mine. Only such a huge profit could make those magi take the initiative to talk about cooperation. Mithril could only be found by chance. No one would complain about having too much mithril in their hands. However, as long as it appeared as an associated mine, there would be a lot of mithril in the mine. He was tempted. Mithril was an important material for the construction of floating cities. The floating city's incomparably expensive construction cost was largely due to the need for many extremely expensive and rare materials, and the core components of the floating city required a large amount of mithril. Although he also had mithril mines in the underground world, he wouldn't complain about having too much of it. The mining speed of mithril was very slow. Even an adept organization would need a lot of manpower and resources to mine a mithril mine, let alone a normal miner. It was basically impossible for wizard organizations to mine mithril in secret. Sulen wanted to build a floating city, so he needed a lot of mithril. Now that there was an associated mine with mithril, he wouldn't let it go. Mithril was an indispensable material for floating rings, anti-gravity devices, elemental drive devices, and so on. Chapter 432. When Edmund went out to look for magic materials, he found a silver mine with mithril. However, the silver mine had an owner. The owner was not an ordinary merchant or noble, but the Prince of Florence. Although wizards did not care much about the secular world, they still had to respect the royal family. So after some consideration, Edmund decided to talk to the prince and buy the silver mine from him. After talking to the prince for a while, the prince didn't have much of an opinion about selling the silver mine. However, he made a request that made Edmund hesitate. The prince wanted the wizard organization to support him in becoming the king. It was obviously against the rules for wizards to directly intervene in the affairs of the secular royal family. However, considering the importance of mithril, the Emerald Tower decided to agree to this matter after some discussion. They already knew the strength of the other prince. The two princes were similar in strength. As long as they supported the prince, he had a 90% chance of becoming the new king. To the sorcerers of the Emerald Tower, this could be said to be a piece of cake. However, things did not develop according to their plan. Unbeknownst to them, the issue of the succession of the throne had already been instigated by the demons behind the scenes. As a result, both princes were dead. A legendary-level demon was a very powerful enemy to the Emerald Tower. Even if it was due to the suppression of the plane, it was not something that anyone could deal with. Just as the Emerald Tower was fretting over how to deal with this demon, an even more powerful figure appeared and killed the demon directly, successfully ascending to the throne as the King of Florence. The series of changes were too fast. They did not have time to react at all. After all, their wizard organization had a parliamentary system. Every major decision needed to be discussed. In the end, Su Len had become the king just after they had made the decision. The silver mine that was previously discussed with the first prince directly became the property of the royal family. The mithril that was about to be in their hands was gone. As for using some tricks to seize it, the Emerald Tower did not dare to do so. After all, they were not confident in dealing with a powerful figure who could easily kill a legendary-level demon. However, they could not give up on the mithril. So after some discussion, the Emerald Tower decided to contact Su Len first to see if they could buy the silver mine that was associated with mithril. If it was not possible, they could also discuss cooperation. However, after talking, they found that His Majesty was not easy to deal with. He was too smart. Just from a few words, he seemed to have discovered something. Yes, a silver mine, Edmund said with difficulty. Most wizards were not good at negotiation, especially with nobles. They felt that it was a waste of time. They preferred to use their time on research and all kinds of experiments. Su Len shook his head. Wizard Edmund, I am negotiating with you with sincerity. However, you are hiding something. I hope you can be more honest. Sir Su Len, we are not lying to you. We really want a silver mine. Ha! Su Len chuckled and continued, silver mine. If it was just an ordinary silver mine, would you wizards be so interested in it? You don't care how much a silver mine is worth. Am I right, Sir Edmund? After hearing Sullen's words, Edmund did not speak. You want to buy silver ore? Silver itself doesn't have many uses in magic. It's usually used as a supplementary material. Even if you use it frequently, you can just buy a small amount every year. What you're interested in right now is a silver mine. What's so special about this silver mine? There are not many associated minerals in a silver mine. Let me think. What is it? Copper mine? White iron mine? Lead? Or silver mine? No. These are all associated minerals of low value. As Su Len read out the names one by one, Edmund's expression became more and more unpleasant. If it's not these, then it must be a mithril mine. Seeing Edmund's nervous expression, Su Len directly said the answer. At this moment, Edmund's expression changed drastically. After seeing the change in his expression, Su Len knew that he had guessed correctly. Looks like I guessed correctly. It is a silver mine with associated mithril. Su Len said directly. Edmund and the other wizard were silent for a moment before saying, Sir Su Len, since you already know, then you should know how important mithril is to us wizards. I hope you can cooperate with the Emerald Tower to develop this silver mine. Since the silver mine is in my territory, why should I share it with you? Su Len chuckled. Sir Su Len, mithril is not as easy to extract as you think. Edmund shook his head and said, also, if you are willing to share this mithril mine with us, then you will gain our friendship. Su Len knew how difficult it was to extract mithril. It was said that this metal was first extracted by the dwarves, but the dwarves' method of extracting mithril was very troublesome. The mithril mined in the underground world in northern town would take at least a week or more to extract, and the amount extracted was very limited. As for the mithril ores that were refined by wizards, the production and speed had indeed increased. However, only Hathaway and Alex knew how to refine mithril ores. It would take too long to extract mithril, and both of them had things to do. They couldn't spare a lot of time to extract mithril. At this moment, Hathaway walked out from the back of the palace. Su Len, the things on this list are missing. We need to order them quickly. All right, I'll send someone to buy them later. Sulen said with a smile. Are they your guests? Hathaway glanced at the two wizards and asked. Yes, they want to develop mithril with us. Sulen nodded. Hathaway's eyes lit up when she heard about mithril. She immediately looked at Edmund and Alex. Mithril. You found a mithril mine? A powerful aura surged towards them, and the pressure on Edmund and Alex doubled. They couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. However, at this moment, they were sure that this extremely young witch in front of them was a legendary figure. They were shocked beyond words. Greetings, esteemed witch. We did find a mithril mine. Really? Hathaway looked at Sulen. Sulen nodded. That's great. It's a mithril mine. Calm down, Hathaway. The mithril mine is right there. It won't run away. Sulen comforted her. He then pointed at the two wizards in front of him and said, Let me introduce you. These two are wizards from the Emerald Tower. This is Sir Edmund, and this is Sir Frank. This is my wife, the chief wizard of the Northwind Duchy and the Kingdom of Florence. Her name is Witch Hathaway. It's an honor to meet you, Witch Hathaway. After hearing Sulen's introduction, Edmund and Frank quickly bowed respectfully. Hathaway nodded slightly at the two. The two wizards were not dissatisfied with Hathaway's attitude. It was already good enough that a legendary wizard greeted them. It's not impossible for the Emerald Tower to develop the mithril mine with us. Sulen smiled and continued, You'll be responsible for extracting the mithril, and I'll be responsible for sending people to mine it. In the end, I can make the decision and give you 10% of the mithril. Sir Sulen, 10% is too little. The Emerald Tower can't agree to this. Edmund rejected Sulen's request immediately, 50%. We want 50% of the mithril. 50%? Do you want to eat sh*t? Sulen rolled his eyes. Sir Edmund, you have to understand that the mithril mine is mine. You're only responsible for extracting the mithril. You're not the only ones who know how to extract mithril. Sulen said coldly. Please correct your attitude. Otherwise, I can change my business partner at any time. Then we want 40%. Edmund said, 10%. That's it. Sulen shook his head and refused. After that, Sulen and Edmund bargained fiercely. In the end, both sides decided to split the mithril 80%. Sulen would take 80%, and the Emerald Tower would take 20%. Other than extracting the mithril, the Emerald Tower also needed to send some people to be the spell consultants of the Kingdom of Florence. To put it nicely, they were spell consultants. In reality, they were a group of wizard workers who came here to assist Hathaway and perform all kinds of basic work in Hathaway's laboratory. The basic work of a legendary wizard's laboratory was very attractive to these wizards. Sulen didn't have to spend much money at all. These wizards were all fighting for it. As far as they were concerned, if they could work as assistants in a legendary wizard's laboratory, they would be more than happy to be taught by a legendary wizard. Suren successfully recruited a group of wizard laborers at a price that was almost as cheap as cabbages. With these workers, many of the transformation plans in Sanfelto City could be carried out. With them, the construction of various runic matrices would also be easier, which would greatly reduce Hathaway's workload. Other than these benefits, Sulen and Hathaway agreed to participate in the Emerald Tower's academic exchange. At the same time, they could also buy various magic materials through the Emerald Tower. Even the Emerald Tower's spell knowledge could be exchanged for equivalent value. Of course, although they said that they wouldn't keep the precious spell knowledge, they would definitely keep some of it. Sulen and the others would do the same. Even so, they could still exchange for a lot of new spell knowledge. Chapter 433. After discussing the distribution agreement, the higher-ups began to discuss more details. The workshop to refine mithril had to be built in San Felto City. Anyone who entered the city would have to go through a strict ascension process. The reason for this was to prevent the wizards from embezzling the mithril during the refining process. The mithril mine that Edmund discovered wasn't far from San Felto City. It was about 50 kilometers to the southeast of San Felto City. It was a mountain range. Not only did it have a silver mine, but it also had iron, copper, and coal mines. It could be said that it was an important raw material base for San Felto City. There was a small town at the foot of the mountain. It had no name, but it was called Quarry Tun because it was at the foot of the mine. Now, in just a week, this small town had become overcrowded. A large number of miners came from San Felto City. These miners were originally residents of the slums. They were originally building the city, but Sulen specially transferred some of them to mine. Due to the blast furnace, the iron ore consumption in San Felto City had increased by several times. In order to increase the supply, they had to increase the iron ore production. Most of the miners were sent to the iron ore factory. Sulen and Edmund came to Quarry Tun together. The silver mine where they discovered mithril was also here. Silver and mithril seemed to have mutated due to the special environment and energy. The physical and chemical properties of mithril had changed dramatically. According to the research left behind by the Arcane Empire, mithril was the product of the mutation of the silver element in the Earth's crust. It usually only appeared in the world or plane where the elemental tide had occurred. The distribution of mithril was irregular and very rare, but it was distributed all over the continent. However, the content of mithril was very low. Only those who were lucky could find it. The most famous description of mithril was that it was as strong as a dragon's scale and as light as a feather. However, even though mithril was extremely strong, it was still half as heavy as iron. It was an exaggeration to say that it was as light as a feather. Mithril was only 1/3 as heavy as silver. The real value of mithril was its amazing ductility and magic conductivity. It would never fade after refining, and its physical properties were extremely stable. It was the metal with the highest magic conductivity among all the known metals and alloys. Magic runes made of mithril could be used for thousands of years without worrying about natural wear and tear. Once in the Arcane Empire, there was a mithril mail armor. This mail armor had a strong defensive power and was very light. Every buckle on this mail armor was engraved with runes. In addition to having a strong defensive power, it was also enchanted with many powerful spells. It was one of the few powerful armors that would not interfere with the wizard's spellcasting. This equipment could be said to be a godly item for those wizards, but using mithril to forge an armor was still a very extravagant act. Without considering its conductivity, the hardness of mithril was not the best among the many metals and alloys. Take adamantine for example. This type of metal had powerful defensive capabilities. Armor made from it would be very sturdy. Moreover, aside from its excellent physical defense, adamantine armor also had powerful magical defense. Adamantine armor could also be used to make weapons. Weapons made from adamantine armor were very sharp. They could directly ignore 20 points of defense, and ordinary heavy armor would be easily pierced. Its value was not much lower than that of mithril. Sulen brought many workers to Quarry Tun. After a day of rest, they went to the silver mine located in the mountains. This silver mine was only discovered in San Felto a few years ago. It was only considered an above-average mine in the Kingdom of Florence. Of course, Sulen did not care how much silver was produced here. After all, the price of 1 ounce of mithril could easily buy several tons of silver. Sulen looked at the silver mine in front of him. The surroundings of the silver mine were very simple. The whole mine was surrounded by a 3-meter-high wall. There was a row of simple and low houses next to it. The living conditions were very poor. On the other side of the wall was a luxurious 3-story villa. There were only 3 mines in the mine, and there were only about 200 miners. They were bone-thin slaves with expressionless faces. They looked like they could be blown away by a gust of wind. There were also a large number of strong guards patrolling around the mine. Sulen patrolled the mine expressionlessly. The manager of the mine followed him carefully. Your Majesty, this silver mine can excavate about 10 tons of ore every day. After refining, we can obtain about 30 kilograms of silver. The manager of the silver mine, Hard, moved his rotund body with a fawning expression on his face. His rotund body was squeezed by the clothes on his body, causing people to worry that the buttons on his clothes would burst open in the next second. Your Majesty, it's very windy outside. Why don't you wait in the office? Sulen looked around the mine and nodded. Okay, send someone to send over some of the ores from the silver mine. Yes, Your Majesty. I'll send someone to do it right away. After sending Sulen and the others to the villa, Hard immediately sent someone to collect the silver ores. About 10 minutes later, a basket of silver ores was sent over. Sulen picked up a piece of silver ore. It was about 5 kilograms in weight. Its surface was gray, and it did not have the bright color of silver. It did not look very eye-catching at all. This was a normal phenomenon. Metals like silver would oxidize in the air. The silvery white silver was mostly freshly smelted. After a while, it would turn black. Most silver coins in circulation were made with other metals. Since pure silver was soft and didn't wear well, some copper would be added. For example, the ratio of silver to copper in the coins produced in North Town City was 8:2. 20% of a silver NAR was copper, but the price of a silver coin was calculated according to 100% pure silver. The silver coins minted in Northern Town were very beautiful and heavy. They were very popular during trade, much more popular than the silver coins minted in the Kingdom of Florence. A silver coin minted in this way could earn at least 15% of the profit. That was why silver NAR was a very profitable business. Apart from silver NAR, Kinnar was also a very profitable business. Gold was softer than silver, so it was easier for it to be damaged in the process of circulation. Therefore, copper was also added into the minting process of Kinnar. The ratio was 85% and 15% respectively. It could be said that a mint was like a hen that laid golden eggs. Currently, the mint in Northern Town made more than 20,000 Kinnar in a month. The coining workshop in the Northern Town City used hydraulic coining machines to forge the coins. The forging speed was fast, the process was simple, and the cost was low. The silver NAR pattern was clear and delicate, which was much more advanced than the technology used in Florence. Sulen had planned to set up a coining factory in San Filto City. There was nothing special about the silver ore in front of him. Sulen put it down after a simple inspection. He then continued to search for other silver ores. A basket full of silver ores weighed about 200 pounds. Sulen and Wizard Edmund began to inspect it. Soon, Sulen found an ore that was different from the others. It was a piece of ore slightly bigger than a fist. The surface of the ore was also gray, but there were some small silvery blue particles on the surface. These particles reflected some light under the sunlight. Sulen nodded slightly and put the silver ore aside quietly. He then continued to search among the other ores. 200 kilograms of ores was not a lot. After about 15 minutes, all the ores had been checked. The two of them found 3 pieces of ores with silvery blue granules from the pile of ores. The total weight of these ores was only about 5 kilograms. These ores were naturally mithril ores, but the amount of mithril in them was pitifully small. This was basically the normal distribution of mithril ores. Legend had it that a single mithril vein was discovered in the era of the Arcane Empire, and the amount of mithril in it was unbelievable. Because mithril ores were very scattered and rare, it was possible to excavate all the mithril in such a silver mine, and the final amount of mithril ores would only weigh a few dozen pounds. Therefore, it was very difficult to steal mithril ores. After confirming that this silver mine was indeed associated with mithril ores, Sulen was relieved. Next, the whole silver mine was taken over by Sulen's men. For this mithril mine, Sulen deliberately transferred 30 soldiers from his private guards. These soldiers would be the guards of the silver mine. At the same time, the original manager of the silver mine was sent back to the prison in San Felto City for reform. Kane was reappointed as the manager of the silver mine. Next, the silver mine needed to be transformed. At least, the simple and primitive production method of carrying the ores on one's shoulders had to be more advanced. 2 rails would be laid in the mine to transport the ores. The passage would also need to be widened and various easier-to-operate mechanical tools would be added. Originally, the workers in the mine were slaves. Their enthusiasm for work was very low, and the food was very poor. The work was also carried out under the beatings of the foreman. Of course, their work efficiency was pitifully low. Sulen naturally would not do that. He was going to use a method of quantitative production, and set a minimum standard for everyone to collect ores every day. After the minimum standard was set, everyone would have food to eat. Of course, the food was better than before, but it was only enough to cover the basic consumption. There were also different levels above that. Once the number of ores collected reached a certain level, they would receive corresponding treatment. As long as they worked hard, they would have meat for every meal. In addition to these, Sulen also stipulated that as long as the workers worked in the mine for 3 years and collected a certain amount of ores during this period, they would be able to obtain the status of a free person and be rewarded with 10 silver nars. P.S. 2 more updates, please subscribe. Watch pirated versions. Chidian Books can now earn money by watching advertisements. You don't have to spend money. Chapter 434. As for Sulen's reforms, the slaves in the mine were only slightly agitated, but they soon calmed down. On the other hand, the poor people who came with Sulen were all very happy. They were very convinced by Sulen's conditions. This was mainly due to Sulen's previous policies. These poor people were different from the slaves. They were paid according to the amount of silver ores they mined every day. Although the slaves were skeptical of Sulen's words, they became more energetic when the sumptuous meal was delivered in the afternoon. Next, Sulen ordered people to rebuild the miners' dormitory. The camp that was originally as simple as a shack was directly flattened. If he wanted the workers to work hard, he had to make sure they were paid well. Those who didn't talk about salary and only talked about sleeping together with you were completely acting like hooligans. As long as the salary were enough, it was not a problem. The ores collected in the mine would be sorted. The normal silver ores would be transported to the smelting factory according to the previous procedures. The silver ores with silver blue particles would be sent to San Felto City. Then, these mithril ores would be handed over to the wizards to be refined. The original manager of the silver mine, Hard, was reassigned to the silver mine as the production team leader after going through a round of ideological re-education in prison. Although this guy was a little greedy, Sulen had checked the previous production records. During the time he was the manager of the silver mine's output was at its peak. It was obvious that this guy had some standards. Sulen was currently lacking in all kinds of talents. Although Hard had many shortcomings, Sulen still decided to use him. After going through the ideological education in prison, Hard had obviously realized his mistake. The fact that his originally fat body had slimmed down twice in just a week was the best proof of this. It was also the first time Sulen knew that prison had a weight loss function. For the sake of Hard's health, Sulen had decided to let him experience it once every 3 months. Hard would surely be grateful if he knew that Sulen was so concerned about his health. Then, the matter was settled happily. After working with the Emerald Tower to develop the mithril mine, the construction of the elemental pool and teleportation portal in San Felto City had also begun. The teleportation portal and the elemental pool required a large amount of magical materials. After working with the Emerald Tower, most of these materials could be obtained from the Emerald Tower. Of course, the Emerald Tower would not sell those precious magic materials. With the materials from the Emerald Tower and the help of the sorcerers, the construction of the elemental pool and teleportation portal was completed very quickly. The smooth marble floor was very beautiful. In the middle of the hall, there was a pool with a diameter of about 6 meters and a depth of 1 meter. The pool was seamless, as if it was a hole. A large number of runes were engraved around the pool. This elemental pool was located on the nodes of the surrounding earth veins. The entire elemental pool was plated with a layer of thorium. Thorium was an alloy created by the arcanists to replace mithril. It was mainly made from silver and other metals, and it was quite good at conducting magic. In the 4 directions of the elemental pool, a carving knife was rapidly inscribing runes. The sharp carving knife quickly slashed, and lines of intricate runic matrices appeared. "It's finally done." Hathaway casually put away the carving knives, and then checked the runes that were carved out. She then returned to the workbench at the side and took out 4 magic gemstones that represented the 4 elements of earth, fire, wind, and water. Then, she took out 4 pieces of blue-silver metal that were only the size of a thumb. It was mithril. Hathaway snapped her fingers, and a blue elemental fire appeared on her palm out of thin air. She used the elemental fire to melt a piece of mithril, and then used the sorcerer's hand to control the melted mithril to the top of the elemental pool that was just carved out. She softly chanted a spell, and the melted mithril solution began to slowly fly up and turned into silver threads thinner than a strand of hair. They fell little by little into the elemental pool. The requirements of this process had reached the level of microns. The blue-silver mithril was quickly integrated into the runes, and the deviation could not be more than 10 microns. Under the control of Hathaway's powerful power of the will, the mithril perfectly drew the complex elemental array. Next, she used the same method to draw the remaining 3 elemental arrays. The cost of building such a medium-sized elemental pool was about 300,000 to 500,000 kinnar. Ruby, topaz, sapphire, and emerald. The 4 magic gemstones were carved into 12-faced crystals, respectively replacing the 4 elements of earth, fire, wind, and water. Then, they were integrated into the 4 runic arrays of the elemental pool. Hathaway stood on the edge of the elemental pool and snapped her fingers. A magic light flashed, and then a powerful magic energy instantly gushed out of Hathaway's body and entered the 4 runic arrays in the elemental pool. The runic arrays were activated at this moment, and the 4 runic arrays emitted a dazzling light. Powerful elemental fluctuations appeared in an instant, and the entire elemental pool rose up at this moment. Kacha! There was a sound like an eggshell cracking. Then, a crack appeared in the space above the 4 runic matrices. Through these cracks, one could clearly see what was behind the cracks. There was a boundless sea of fire, a thick yellow land, an abyss-like ocean, and a howling wind in the sky. After these cracks appeared, they began to gradually stabilize. Rays of light constantly flashed, and a large number of runes appeared around the cracks, enveloping the 4 cracks. As the runes gradually disappeared, the 4 cracks became illusory like phantoms. Then, a ray of light flashed, and strands of elemental energy slowly flowed into the elemental pool from the 4 cracks. After these elemental energies mixed in the elemental pool, a drop of dark blue elemental water appeared in the elemental pool. With the appearance of the first drop of elemental water, more and more elemental water continued to pour in, and soon covered the entire pool. As the light dissipated, the 4 cracks gradually disappeared into the elemental pool. These cracks were the elemental channels connecting the 4 elemental planes. The 4 elemental planes were the oldest planes in the multiverse, and they were also the foundation of all material planes. They were constantly spreading elemental energy to the multiverse. The elemental pool was connected to the 4 elemental planes to quickly gather elemental energy. The elemental pool in front of her had a standard elemental energy of 300,000. It was a medium-sized elemental pool. Although it couldn't be compared to the elemental pool in Northwind Tower, it was enough for Senfilto City. Maintaining a small team of low-grade stone golems, 12 stone golems, required about 5,000 elemental energy. 300,000 elemental energy could support the consumption of a high-grade stone golem army. It was easy to use it to support the long-distance teleportation circle and the operation of some magic facilities. After the elemental pool was completed, Phyllis began the construction of the teleportation circle. Su Luan stayed in the silver mine for 3 days, and then returned to San Filto City. During this time, San Filto City had been busy with construction. All the roads in the city had been repaired, and the sanitary situation had changed dramatically. There was no garbage on the streets, nor was there feces all over the ground like before. The slums had also been demolished and turned into a busy construction site. Riding lightly, Su Luan didn't return to Yunwu City directly with a dozen attendants. Instead, he wandered around the city and then went back. During the time when Su Luan was away, Phyllis had been in charge of government affairs. Now it seemed that she did a good job. Su Len, you're back. Phyllis's figure quickly appeared. She was dressed like a queen and should have just finished discussing matters with the ministers. You've done a good job. Su Luan hugged Phyllis directly and then kissed her on the face. Phyllis's delicate face instantly turned red. She whispered, "Let go of me. There are other people here. It's daytime." Su Len was slightly stunned. He then kissed her left cheek and whispered in her ear, "What are you thinking? I'm not that impatient." Hearing Su Len's words, Phyllis's face turned red. She bit his shoulder hard with her silver teeth and then snorted coldly. She ignored him. Su Len rubbed his shoulder with a bitter face and then pulled Phyllis back to the palace. Did the Emerald Tower's magi behave strangely? Su Len asked. Hearing Su Len asking about serious matters, Phyllis didn't show any expression and directly replied, "The Emerald Tower's magi are following Sister Hathaway. Some of them are enchantment on the water pipes and the water tower reservoir. Many of them are following Sister Hathaway to engrave runes. Seems like they're quite obedient." Su Len nodded. "Oh right, the elemental pool has been built. Sister Hathaway said that it's a waste to only use the elemental pool to support the operation of the teleportation portal. She wants to build a Magus Tower here." Su Len frowned. "The cost of building a Magus Tower is too high. We've been spending money like water recently. The treasury can even run horses." Su Len frowned. Of course, he knew the purpose of a Magus Tower. However, the scale of the business now was too big, and the funds were a little tight. It would be very difficult to build a Magus Tower. It's not a Magus Tower like the one in the northern city. It's a small Magus Tower, Phyllis said. The construction cost of the northern town's Adepts Tower alone was several million gold nars. The total cost of the whole thing was over 10 million gold nars. If it weren't for the supply of magic materials from the secret plane and the underground world, Northern Town would have gone bankrupt on the spot. Of course, this was for a large Magus Tower. The cost of a small Magus Tower was much lower. Many magi built a small Magus Tower after becoming a great Magus. The tower was no more than 30 meters tall, and the cost was about 1,000,000 kinnar. After all, not all magi had the support of a financial backer like Su Len. Chapter 435. There were 3 types of wizard towers, the largest of which was the kind built in North City. In the era of the Arcane Empire, this kind of large wizard tower was usually used as the control center of the floating space city. That was to say, this kind of wizard tower was usually upgraded into a floating space city. Of course, because now, the technology of building the floating space city had long disappeared in the dust of history. Perhaps there were still some floating space cities in some remote corners of the multiverse. After all, the Arcane Empire was not completely wiped out in the war. The Arcane Empire was an empire in name, but in fact, it was a bit like a city-state autonomy. Each floating space city was an arcanist organization. The great arcanists in this arcanist organization were their leaders and decision-makers, responsible for managing the affairs of the floating space city. All the floating space cities united to form the Arcane Empire. Of course, the Empire's binding force was not strong. Under normal circumstances, the floating space cities that were close to each other would jointly explore the bit wall. Of course, there were also floating space cities that explored and conquered the bit wall alone. When the war with the gods began, the Arcane Empire did not pay attention in the early stage. Many people were indifferent. When the Arcane Empire united in the middle stage, they began to retreat. Otherwise, the war was estimated to be more tragic, and it was not certain who would win and who would lose. Although this kind of top wizard tower could not be upgraded into a floating space city, the equipment was still powerful. Usually, only those large wizard organizations would build it and then use this kind of wizard tower as the main tower of the academy. The second kind of wizard tower was about 60 meters high. It was usually the residence of legendary wizards. The cost of this kind of wizard tower was not low. It was usually 5 million kinnar. Of course, there were also rich wizards who would spend more. In this kind of wizard tower, there was usually an army of golems guarding it. A wizard tower was equivalent to an army. The last type of sorcerer tower was the small sorcerer tower. Usually, it was occupied by spellcasters of the great wizard level, and the cost of construction was around 1 million gold nars. However, although it was much smaller, it still had all the essentials. This kind of wizard tower was also the most common among the major wizard organizations. Hearing that Phyllis wanted to build this kind of wizard tower, Sulen thought about it and agreed. After all, in the future, there would definitely be adepts stationed in San Filto City all year round, and there would be a adept tower that could satisfy their research needs. After Sulen had rested for a few days in San Filto City, Hathaway had also completed the construction of the teleportation circle. The teleportation circle had cost more than 1 million kinnar. It could connect to North Town City and could teleport 30 people at once. If the elemental pool was full of energy, it could teleport about 60 times. Of course, if it was North Town, it would be even more frequent. After all, the elemental pool in North Town had much more energy than the elemental pool here. After the construction of the teleportation portal was completed, the wizards of the Emerald Tower also invited Sulen and Hathaway for a spell exchange. Of course, they wanted to invite Hathaway. After all, a legendary which had too much knowledge. Sulen was still very curious about the Emerald Tower, so after receiving the invitation, he brought a few barbarian raiders and Hathaway to the Emerald Tower for the exchange. The Emerald Tower was located in the southwest of San Filto City on the Thorny Wilderness. It was about 500 kilometers away from San Filto City. The Thorny Wilderness could be said to be vast but sparsely populated. In ancient times, the Thorny Wilderness was also a battlefield. The aftermath of the battle had caused the land here to be barren, but the elemental energy here was very rich. There were also many magical creatures living in the wilderness, and some mutated plants due to the radiation of magic. For ordinary people, this land was completely dangerous. There was no chance of survival if they entered, but for wizards, it was a treasure land. The elemental energy here was abundant, and it was suitable for wizards to meditate. There were many mutated plants, and it was also suitable for growing all kinds of magic plants. Because of the radiation of magic, there were many magical creatures living here, which also provided them with a lot of magic materials and test subjects. I have to make a flying tool in the future. Sulen looked at the white clouds floating by outside the window. Through the window, he could see the mountains under his feet. He was very envious of this airship. He was now on the transport airship of the Emerald Tower. The airship was more than 100 meters long. It was more than 40 meters wide and had 5 floors. There were more than 200 rooms of different sizes, and it could fly at 300 kilometers per hour in the air. Hathaway speculated that the airship's working principle should be the levitation magic circle, and the energy source should be energy crystals. These crystals were made of magic crystals that had been specially processed. It could store a large amount of elemental energy and then slowly release it like a battery. After the energy was depleted, it could be used again by sending it to the elemental pool to be recharged. It could be said that it was very convenient. Although the airship was made of wood, the wood was all enchanted with hardening spells. Its hardness was not inferior to steel, but it was much lighter than steel. This was one of the reasons why the airship could be built so big. As for the combat ability of this airship, Su-Len didn't know because they didn't show it, but it shouldn't be weak. There was plenty of food on the airship. There was also a restaurant on the airship and even an entertainment room to pass the time. Such an airship was far superior in all aspects except for its speed that couldn't be compared to the planes in his previous life. Although he had the Pegasus that could gallop in the air, this kind of airship was a very good tool for transporting troops or supplies. Even if it wasn't used for military purposes, it was much more comfortable than riding the Pegasus. After arriving at the thorny wilderness, Su-Len found that the environment here was very harsh. There were many fierce wolves in the wilderness, saber-toothed tigers, and even some velociraptors. There were giant elephants, raging bulls, stone-claw beasts, and so on. The level of danger was very high. After about 2 hours on the airship, Su-Len and the others arrived at the Emerald Tower in the thorny wilderness. Although it was called the Emerald Tower, this place could almost be called a city. After passing through the illusion barrier used by the sorcerers to hide, a town appeared in front of them. The most eye-catching thing was the large sorcerer tower in the middle of the city, which was at least 100 meters tall. The city walls were built with large amounts of obsidian on all sides. A winding moat flowed. In the city, other than the tall wizard tower, there were 6 or 7 wizard towers that were more than 60 meters tall. The buildings around the wizard tower were built in an orderly manner. The closer they were to the outside, the messier the buildings were. The outermost area should be the area where the ordinary people lived. These ordinary people were basically the slaves of the wizards. They planted food for the wizards and provided all kinds of supplies. Of course, if their descendants had the potential to become wizards, they would also be taken in by the Emerald Tower. This is our city, the Emerald City. This city has a population of 80,000. It has a history of 2,000 years. It was built by the first master of the Emerald Tower. Then, it was continuously expanded over the next few hundred years. The tallest wizard tower in the city is the Emerald Tower. It's also the most powerful wizard tower in the entire kingdom of Florence. Edmund said proudly. Su-Len pursed his lips and did not say anything. It was indeed the strongest now, but when the Northern Wind Tower was completed, Edmund would become the second strongest. As the airship approached, everyone saw many stone carvings on the city walls. There were gargoyles and warriors holding weapons. The entire body was made of obsidian. It seemed to be a kind of construct life. That's the greatest building of the Emerald Tower, the Emerald Heart Library, Edmund said. There are hundreds of thousands of books in this library. A lot of precious knowledge is stored in it. The first floor is free. Everyone can enter and check it out. The second floor is only accessible to wizards. Okay, we're almost there. As Edmund's voice fell, the airship began to slowly descend. Finally, the airship stopped in the middle of a spacious field. Su-Len and Hathaway got off the airship with a few servants. The group looked around curiously. Su-Len saw many obsidian statues around the field. Other than gargoyles, there were also humanoid statues. They were very similar to the gargoyles in the northern city. They should be battle puppets. After they got off the airship, Su-Len saw some wizards looking at them from a distance. Those are wizards from the School of Evocation. A bunch of bad-tempered guys. See those buildings with green leaves? Those are wizards who study plant spells. They're good at growing all kinds of potions. Many of them are master potioneers. Of course, if anyone thinks they're weak, they'll be in big trouble. Edmund then introduced a few other schools of wizards. Su-Len was very interested in these schools. Under Edmund's lead, Su-Len and the group came to a house. This is where you'll be staying. It's a little shabby, so please forgive me. The servants in the hut next to it are in charge of your food and lodging. If you need anything, just let them know. If they can't make the decision, they'll report it to us. You're a little tired today, so you can take a rest. Of course, if you're interested, you can also walk around the city. But please remember that you have to follow the rules of the Emerald City. Edmund went back to report after he was done. Sulen and Hathaway didn't stay in the room. The Emerald City covered a large area. It had a completely different style from San Felto City. Sulen and Hathaway planned to walk around the city. They were also interested in the Emerald Heart Library. If there were hundreds of thousands of books in there, there must be a lot of knowledge that Sulen and the others didn't know. The two wandered around the streets for a while and headed towards the library. Chapter 436. Sulen and the others soon arrived at the Emerald Heart Library. Only after a closer look did they realize how majestic the library was. The huge dome was made of pure white marble and looked magnificent. When they came to the gate of the library, many people were coming in and out. It seemed that the flow of people was good. Su Luen and others went straight up the steps to the library. Before they could enter the library, a man dressed as a wizard stepped forward and stopped them. "Stop, you can't enter." "Why can't we enter if others can?" Sulen was a little confused. He pointed at the people around him. The wizard chuckled and said, "They are all residents of the Emerald City. Of course, they have the right to enter the library. You barbarians don't." "We are barbarians." Sulen was stunned. The expressions of the barbarians and marauders behind him instantly turned cold. "Are there other barbarians here?" The wizard made an exaggerated expression of looking around. There was a burst of laughter. "Sorry, I was wrong. This beautiful witch is not a barbarian." As he spoke, the wizard walked to Hathaway's side and performed a noble's etiquette. "Beautiful witch, standing with these barbarians will affect your elegance. Please stay away from me. The rotten smell on your body is disgusting. I'm suffocating." Hathaway raised her eyebrows and said with disdain. As a legendary wizard, Hathaway had long been able to hide the elemental waves around her body. In order to make it easier for her to move around, she would hide her elemental waves. Now, Hathaway looked like a beautiful ordinary witch. Sulen stepped forward subconsciously and used his body to shield Hathaway. The two barbarians behind him also stepped forward and looked at the wizard coldly. No matter when, it was not Sulen's character to not fight back after being provoked. Moreover, this guy actually dared to try to steal his witch in front of him. If they were not in the Emerald Tower, Sulen would have ordered people to kill him. To be honest, how long had it been since someone dared to provoke him? This was the first time someone had done so since he had become a legend. "What did you say?" The adept's expression turned extremely ugly. Mana surged around his body, as if he was about to attack at any moment. Hathaway was about to speak, but she was stopped by Su Luen. How could he let his woman do it? Su Luen gave her a look that said, "I'll take care of everything," and then said to the wizard, "What's wrong? You want to fight?" "Sure, come, I'll only use one hand." Sulen had not been active for a while, and this was the first time he had fought a human wizard. Now that someone was asking for a beating, he would not let go of this opportunity. Pipa. The sound of thunder and lightning was heard. The adept raised his arm and clenched his fist. A magic staff with powerful thunder and lightning energy appeared in his hand. As soon as the magic staff appeared, thunder and lightning energy overflowed from the top of the magic staff, and tiny thunder snakes swam around in the air. The magic staff did not seem to have anything special about it. The only reason it had such power was because of the fist-sized thunder crystal at the top of the magic staff. After the middle-aged man took out the magic staff, the elemental waves around his body increased rapidly. The people who were watching the show quickly retreated, afraid that they would be affected if they were a step too late. "Looks like you want to fight, too. Very well. I'll teach you barbarians a good lesson today." The atmosphere in the field suddenly became tense, but those who were watching the show were very excited. They were completely unafraid of things blowing up. "Stop!" Just as both parties were about to fight, a voice suddenly sounded, followed by a figure rushing over. Pain, this is a VIP invited by the Emerald Tower. Don't be rude, or else Lord Alfred won't forgive you. Quickly. Edmund said to Pain as he came to the two of them. Before he could finish, the wizard named Pain directly interrupted him and pointed at him with the magic staff in his hand. Don't use the Tower Master to pressure me. I must teach them a lesson today, or I won't be able to take it lying down. You stay aside, or I'll beat you up too. You. Edmund's face turned red. As a grade 3 wizard, he was at the same level as Pain, but because of the school, his combat power was not as good as Pain's. In addition, the thunder crystal on Pain's magic staff was nurtured by a grade 4 Thunderbird. In Pain's hands, even a grade 4 wizard might not be his match. In the Emerald Tower, other than the few Tower Masters and Deputy Tower Masters, his strength could be said to be the strongest. It was also because of this that he could be so arrogant in the Emerald Tower. But why was he here today? Edmund, looks like he's not giving you any face. You'd better step aside and let us play with him. Sullen's mocking voice sounded from the side. Didn't you say we're barbarians? Look at the few of us. Which one do you think you can beat? Don't hesitate to pick. There were more and more people around to watch the show. No matter which country it was human nature to like watching drama. Sullen's voice sounded and instantly drew the aggro. Sure enough, every close combat profession was good at taunting. Drawing aggro was a profession, and they were born with taunting aura. The middle-aged wizard called Pain's face turned green, and his expression became more and more furious. He looked at Su-Len with eyes that were about to spit fire. If looks could kill, then Su-Len would have died a long time ago. Feeling that the situation was out of control and that a conflict was inevitable, Edmund sighed in his heart. He looked at Pain with eyes full of sympathy, then said, fighting is prohibited in the city. If you want to fight, then go to the training ground. Okay, then let's go to the training ground. Do you dare? Pain suppressed his anger and looked at Su-Len and the others provocatively. Since you're so eager to be beaten up, why should I refuse? Su-Len said expressionlessly. Some people would not know the immensity of heaven and earth if they were not taught a lesson. Moreover, since they came to the Emerald Tower this time, they had to show off their strength no matter what. Su-Len was now suspecting that this wizard in front of him was specially arranged to test Su-Len. But since that was the case, then he might as well show off his strength and sit down to talk. The training ground was not far from here. It only took them 10 minutes to get there. However, in just 10 minutes, the news of the battle between the two sides had spread like wildfire. A large number of people came to the training ground to watch the battle. When Su-Len and the others arrived, there were already thousands of people gathered there. Soon, Su-Len and the others, including Wizard Pain, arrived at the training ground. Su-Len looked at him and said, "Now, we can fight here. You can choose any one of us." Everyone's attention was instantly focused on Wizard Pain. At that moment, his face turned green. Sullen's behavior was undoubtedly telling him that even the weakest person in this group was stronger than him. This made Pain feel like Su-Len was humiliating him. Many wizards on the training ground were looking at him. Obviously, they were very interested in this battle. As for Su-Len and the others who came from afar, they did not really welcome them. Maybe they just wanted to show him who was the boss. At that moment, Wizard Pain's expression was a bit awkward. There were 4 people on the other side. First of all, he was sure that he could not choose that witch. Her strength was average, and she was also a witch. If he chose her as his opponent, even if he won, he would lose all his face. By that time, the whole Wizard Academy would laugh at him. Apart from the witch, the 2 barbarians didn't seem easy to deal with either. They were over 2 meters tall and gave off an oppressive aura. He also saw the complex inscriptions on their bodies. Although he didn't know what the inscriptions were for, the magic power they contained wasn't weak at all. It seemed like the easiest one to bully was Su-Len. Although he looked strong, he was much weaker than the two barbarians. Also, he did not have those mysterious runes on his body. Although his body had mana waves, it was much weaker than Abel's. Also, he seemed to be the one with the highest status in this team. The two barbarians had been guarding him all this time. This meant that his strength was not that strong, but his status was very high. No need to choose. You are the one. Weren't you very happy just now? This time, I will teach you a lesson. After Pain calculated the pros and cons in his mind, he immediately made up his mind. The situation on Sullen's side became a bit strange. Everyone looked at each other and then looked at Wizard Pain with sympathy. Pain was still very strong. If he didn't choose Sulen or Hathaway, either of the two barbarians would have to put in a lot of effort to win against Pain. However, Pain had chosen Sulen. It was obvious that Wizard Pain was a wizard who specialized in the element of lightning. Sulen was most familiar with the element of lightning, not to mention that he also had the lightning domain. Lightning attacks might be hard to deal with for others, but for Sulen, it was just a piece of cake. Hathaway winked at Sulen and whispered, "This is going to be interesting." This idiot chose Sulen. He probably doesn't know that Sulen has mastered the lightning domain. When the time comes, his strongest attack will be useless against Sulen. I can't wait to see his face. Sulen had a serious expression on his face. He then said happily, "Hathaway, you have learned bad things." As for Wizard Pain, Sulen didn't even put him in his eyes. A wizard who had not even touched the edge of legendary might not be able to break through his defense. Chapter 437. Just when Sulen and Hathaway were whispering to each other, Wizard Pine urged, "Hey, what's wrong? Are you going back on your words?" Sulen shrugged and went up to the stage. Since someone was asking for a beating, Sulen had to fulfill his request. Both sides stood in the middle of the stage. Sulen nodded slightly and said, "Go ahead. You want me to make the first move?" Seeing Sullen's posture, Pine said in surprise. Sulen nodded, "Go ahead, or you won't have the chance to do it." "Fine, fine, fine. If that's the case, don't regret it," Pine said while gritting his teeth. After he finished speaking, the thunder scepter in Wizard Pine's hands suddenly shone brightly. Countless lightning bolts exploded from his body, and a strong wave of elemental energy appeared in the middle of the training ground. The faces of the wizards around the stage changed. Although Wizard Pine was arrogant in the Emerald Tower, and a lot of people hated him, his power was still there for everyone to see. Right now, Wizard Pine was going to go all out and kill that person directly. Boom! With a thunderous roar, a black cloud appeared in the sky. A large amount of lightning was constantly churning within the black cloud, bringing with it a strong sense of oppression. The entire training ground was completely enveloped by the black cloud. The churning thundercloud gave people a feeling that the end of the world was coming. Berserk Thunder Spell. The wizards on the stage changed their faces. "I didn't expect Pine to be this powerful already," another wizard couldn't help but say. "Right now, he's only one step away from becoming a rank 4 wizard. It's the Wild Thunder Spell. That kid on the other side is in trouble. Will Pain electrocute him into charcoal?" A slightly mocking voice came from the high platform, and a pretentious and hypocritical expression appeared on his face. "This is your strongest attack?" Sulen raised his head and looked at the thunder cloud in the sky. Interesting. Sulen could easily cast a lightning attack of this level. It would be very difficult for this kind of power to hurt him. It was basically charging him up. "It's not too late for you to beg for mercy. After I attack, I won't be able to stop even if I want to admit defeat. As long as you kneel down and beg for mercy, I'll let you go." Pine continued. "Cut the crap. Hurry up, I still want to eat." Sulen waved his hand and said with a "hurry up" expression. "All right, if you want to die, then I'll grant you your wish. Thunder Spell." Boom! Numerous thunderbolts instantly struck down from midair. A dazzling thunderbolt streaked across the sky, illuminating the whole training ground. In the blink of an eye, the thunderbolt struck Su Luan hard. The thunderbolt did not dissipate, and then the sky was filled with thunderclouds. Before the first thunderbolt dissipated, another thunderbolt struck down. The powerful thunderbolt made people tremble with fear, and the whole training ground was awed by the power of the thunderbolt. Boom! Thunderbolts kept striking down. After 5 consecutive thunderbolts hit Su Luan, the thunderclouds in the sky slowly dissipated, and a large number of cracks appeared on the surrounding ground. As a training ground, the ground here was specially reinforced. Even so, it was damaged by the continuous thunderbolts just now. Burp! At this moment, a sound came from the lightning. In the next second, all the lightning disappeared. Su Luan appeared on the high platform of the training ground, unharmed. He even burped. Chocolate flavor. Not bad. Su Luan stretched and said. At this time, there were still a lot of lightning jumping around his body, but soon they disappeared into his body. His body did not suffer any harm, and even his clothes were intact. The adepts in the stands were all dumbfounded when they saw the scene on the training ground. How is this possible? Am I seeing things? He's fine. That's it. Seeing the lightning disappear, Su Luan glanced at him. Since you're done attacking, it's my turn. Lightning exploded on Su Luan's body, and he appeared in front of Pain in an instant. He then punched out. His fist was filled with powerful lightning energy, and it smashed towards Pain. Whoosh! Whoosh! Bang! Rays of light flashed, and 3 to 4 protective spells appeared on Pain's body. However, as soon as these protective spells appeared, they were hit by Su Luan's lightning fist. These protective spells were like balloons, and they broke one by one under Su Luan's attack. These protective spells did not even last for a second. Su Luan's fist landed directly on Pain's chest. Wizard Pain was sent flying, and there was a clear fist mark on his chest. Boom! Pain's body crashed to the ground. He did not even make a sound before he fainted. Su Luan had shown mercy this time. Otherwise, with his strength as an advanced legend, he could have easily killed Pain with one punch. The whole training ground quieted down. After about 3 seconds, the stands were in an uproar. All the wizards looked at Su Luan in shock, and their eyes were filled with fear when they looked at Su Luan. Is there anyone else who wants to come down and spar with me? Su Luan stood on the platform and looked around. As his gaze swept across, everyone could not help but lower their heads. They did not dare to look him in the eyes. The noisy training grounds suddenly became silent. Or, do you want to spar with my wife or my 2 guards? What a disappointment. No one in the stands dared to reply. Su Luan curled his lips, and there was a trace of mockery at the corner of his mouth. There's not even a single worthy opponent. Sorry, I'm not targeting any of you. What I'm trying to say is that everyone here is trash. Su Luan waved his sleeves and patted the non-existent dust away. He then turned around and left the platform. All the wizards in the training ground looked at Su Luan with fear in their eyes. Under the respectful gazes of these wizards, Su Luan left with Hathaway and the 2 barbarian wizards. After such a show of strength, no one dared to provoke him anymore. After Su Luan and Hathaway left the training ground, they continued to go to the library. Although there were some small conflicts between them, there was no difference in knowledge. He would not give up just because of the wizard just now. After entering the library, Su Luan and Hathaway began to look through the materials separately. Both of them had the talent of sage and retentive memory, so they could memorize knowledge very quickly. The Emerald Tower had existed for at least 2,000 years, and the knowledge it had collected was very rich. The first floor of the library had the most books, but there were not many books about sorcerers' spells or knowledge. However, the collection of books in other aspects was very rich. For example, the books in the library clearly and orderly recorded the changes in the continent over the past thousands of years, the replacement of dynasties. In addition to these, there were also records of the development and changes of other wizard organizations. Of course, there were basically no confidential things, and they were all superficial things. Sulan also found some information about the end of the First Era. The ancient elf empire collapsed, and the continent entered the era of the Witch Kings. Not long after that, the Arcane Empire rose. Although the era of the Witch Kings was short, it was also the most barbaric and dark era. There were endless blood sacrifices until the arrival of the Arcanists, which completely ended this era. It was said that many evil creatures, evil gods, and evil spirits grew rapidly during this period. Even the Witch Kings went through some evil rituals to become more powerful, but in the end, they went crazy and became evil creatures. Sulan only knew some of this knowledge before, but there was a fairly complete record here. If the knowledge was digitized, then after this study, Sulan's knowledge directly rose by 15 levels. Although this knowledge seemed useless, it would be useful in many ruins. After all, if it was the ruins of the ancient Witch Kings, the difficulty would increase several times without this knowledge. In addition to this knowledge, Sulan also found a lot of other knowledge, such as farming, breeding, making tools, and so on. These were not useful to wizards, but they were very important to a kingdom. There were hundreds of thousands of books on the first floor of the library, many of which recorded the customs of various places, the geography of mountains and rivers, and even some songs written by bards. Sulan even found some novels in it. What surprised him most was that there were so beautiful mountains and rivers, Countess, City Gate Officer Chin, Knight Abbing, and so on. Most of the books here were useless to Sulan. Among the hundreds of thousands of books, there might only be thousands of books that were really useful, or even fewer. After all, Sulan and Hathaway had a lot of knowledge. From the second floor of the library, there were very few books, but the quality of the books was several levels higher. The books here were all related to wizards, all kinds of magic materials, spell theory, and knowledge. There were even fewer books on the third floor of the library, only about thousands of books. There were many books stored in this large library, but there was basically no real core knowledge, such as spell models and meditation methods. These were the most important things of a wizard school, so naturally, they would not be taken out. However, Sulan's goal was not these. Moreover, even if there was no important knowledge here, it could still be exchanged in the next exchange of knowledge. Sulan and Hathaway had a lot of precious knowledge, many of which could be exchanged, such as the construction of secret realms, the technology of legendary golems, the technology of space folding, and so on. In addition to these, Sulan had the technology of Mageweth tattoos, the advanced technology of Mageweth tattoos, and the technology of elemental fission and elemental furnace. However, if one wanted to get this knowledge, they would have to pay enough, such as the construction technology of floating cities. Chapter 438. After returning to their residence at night, Sulan still felt a little dizzy. After all, he had read so many books in such a short period of time. Even if he had the talent of sage, it was still a little overwhelming. He was now very envious of the transmigrators who had the scanning function of the chip. No matter how much knowledge there was, as long as they scanned it, they would remember it all. No matter how complicated the spell model was, as long as they scanned it, they would be able to grasp it directly. They could even optimize and improve it. It was simply too powerful. In addition to these functions, they could also optimize meditation techniques and improve deductions. They were completely like a human superbrain. Hathaway, how much have you memorized? Sulan rubbed his temples and looked at Hathaway. Hathaway still looked intellectual and quiet. She had a small magic gold-rimmed spectacle on the bridge of her nose. Her slender fingers were casually directing a quill to record something. The pair of peaks in front of her chest lifted the notebook easily. Seeing this, Sulan's heart was burning. It's okay. I've memorized all the knowledge that we don't have, Hathaway said casually. Sure enough, everyone's physique was different. There was also a difference between talents. For example, if you and the top student both scored 100 points in an exam, it was not because you were as good as the top student. It was because you had worked hard to get 100 points. The top student got 100 points because the exam paper only had 100 points. How's the quality of the knowledge? Sulen asked. The information he read today was okay, but it was not the kind that made his eyes light up. Hathaway snapped her fingers and closed the notebook. Then, she set up a magic barrier around them, enveloping the two of them in it. She then said, "Today, I found a hidden special space on the 3rd floor of the library. It should be where the powerhouses of the Emerald Tower hid in the past. In the end, those juniors of the Emerald Tower did not find it, but I accidentally found it." Hearing Hathaway's words, Sulen was also stunned. "You're so lucky. What's stored in it?" "The technology of the mana particle rail cannon." "What?" Sulen could not help but exclaim. His body rushed directly to Hathaway's side. "Is what you said true? Did you really get the particle cannon technology?" Sulen couldn't help but be excited. This thing could be said to be a weapon of mass destruction. In the era of the Arcane Empire, the magic particle railgun might not be the most powerful offensive weapon, but in this era, it was the trump card of the trump card. Until now, only a few large wizard organizations had inherited this technology. Only when a wizard tower was equipped with a particle cannon could it be considered a true wizard tower. A wizard tower without such a weapon would at best be a wizard's laboratory. With such a weapon, it would become a war fortress. The wizard tower in Northern Town City did not have a particle cannon installed. Therefore, it did not have any defensive capabilities. It was not a threat to powerful enemies. If there was a particle cannon, even an old dragon or an ancient dragon could be killed in one shot. The magic energy particle railgun was powerful, fast, and had many other characteristics. However, it also had many weaknesses. For example, it couldn't attack across dimensions. It could only attack in a straight line and consumed a lot of energy. Of course, for Sulen, these shortcomings were completely tolerable. "Listen to what I have to say." Hathaway rolled her eyes at him and continued, "I didn't get the complete information, only a part of it." "A part?" Sulen was a little disappointed. "But..." Hathaway deliberately dragged out her tone. "But what?" Sulen immediately asked. "But there is still the theoretical design of the magic energy particle railgun." Hathaway said proudly, "As long as I have some time to study, I am 80% sure that I will be able to derive the complete information of the magic energy particle railgun. Thank you for your hard work. I will reward you when we go back," Sulen said excitedly. The spellcasting exchange was held on the 3rd day after Sulen and the others arrived. The exchange was held at the Tower of Wisdom, a 60-meter-high wizard tower next to the Emerald Tower. When Sulen and Hathaway arrived, there were already many people waiting there. "Welcome. I am the master of the Emerald Tower," Alfred, a middle-aged wizard on the high platform said, and the entire Tower of Wisdom instantly quieted down. "We can speak freely at this spellcasting exchange. The purpose is to explore and gain more knowledge." In the next 3 days, Sulen and Hathaway had been exchanging knowledge at the exchange. It had to be said that although the exchange would not bring out too much high-end knowledge, there were many times when some of the ideas of the other wizards would be unexpectedly enlightening. So overall, the gains were quite good. Of course, the Emerald Tower's gains were not small either. Sulen and Hathaway also brought out a lot of useful information. After 3 days, Sulen and Hathaway left the Emerald Tower with satisfaction. They did not know that the technical information of the mana particle rail cannon that originally belonged to them had been obtained by Hathaway. After returning to San Filto City, Hathaway did not stay there and directly returned to the northern town through the teleportation portal. She was now busy studying the information. She had not fully mastered the enigma making and principles that Sulen gave her last time, and it was still far away for her to make the enigma. This time, she had obtained the information of the mana-particle rail cannon and elemental fission and elemental fusion technology and elemental furnace. Any one of them would make others fight over it. Now, Hathaway was seizing the time to study and try to understand all the information as soon as possible so that she could build it and install it in the Wizard Tower. A Wizard Tower that could enter the astral plane could not be supported by the function of the elemental pool alone. Moreover, the energy of the elemental pool could not continuously fire the mana-particle rail cannon. In addition to the Enigma, the Wizard Tower could only operate at full power for a few hours before it had to return to the ground to replenish its energy. Hathaway took the information back to study it, and Su Len began to reorganize the army in San Filto City. The military system in the northern town city was a bit chaotic and too simple. Of course, at first, it was because there were few people. Su Len did not unify the military system. A barbarian squad had 5 people, a half-elf archer squad had 12 people, and a human soldier squad had 10 people. Now that Su Len had become the king of Florence, the number of troops was increasing. If it was like before, it would easily cause chaos and affect the combat power of the army. Therefore, Su Len had planned to unify the military system. The army was divided into the regular army and the reserve militia. The regular army was the army that was completely out of production. This was the standing military force of the Kingdom of Florence. It was divided into a squad of 10 people. There was a captain and a deputy captain in the squad. Ordinary soldiers were equipped with iron scale armor, while the captain and deputy captain were equipped with iron armor. Usually, there were no direct soldiers under the deputy captain in the army. They only existed as the deputy of the captain. During battle, they fought according to the squad. If the captain died, the deputy captain would continue to lead the soldiers in battle. If the deputy captain died, the soldier who killed the most enemies would take over, and so on. Then, 5 squads would form a squadron. There would be a squadron captain, 5 guards, 1 flag bearer, 1 deputy captain, and 2 messengers. A total of 60 people. If the squadron captain died, the deputy captain would take over, and then the captain would continue to take over. 3 squadrons would form a brigade. There would be a captain, 1 deputy captain, 1 team of 10 guards, 2 flag bearers, 4 messengers, and 2 medics. A total of 200 people. 5 brigades would form a division. There would be a general, 2 deputy generals, 5 teams of 50 guards, 5 flag bearers, 10 messengers, 2 medics, and 2 teams of 40 scouts. A total of 1,100 people. 5 divisions would form an army. There would be a legion captain, 2 deputy legion captains, 200 guards, 20 flag bearers, 50 messengers, 50 medics, and 180 scouts. A total of 6,000 people. In addition, each squadron would be equipped with auxiliary soldiers. The cooks would be responsible for logistics work. There would be 30 auxiliary soldiers and 10 cooks who would be responsible for cooking and transporting supplies. In each division, there would be 70 auxiliary soldiers and 30 cooks. In each division, there would be 500 auxiliary soldiers. A total of 10,000 people, 6,000 regular soldiers, and 4,000 auxiliary soldiers. Under normal circumstances, a division would be used as a combat unit. Of course, it could also be split up, or several divisions would form a larger division. Currently, there were only 2 legions in San Filto City. The reserve militia was half farmer and half soldier. They would farm during the busy season and train during the leisure time. Usually, when the regular army suffered losses, they could be quickly replenished. There was no limit to the number. After joining the reserve force, they would receive certain tax benefits. Now, in the Florentine palace, there were only 2 divisions under the direct control of Su Len. The other lords had their own private armies. There were many armies in the territories directly under the kingdom, but these armies still needed further reorganization. Although the northern provinces were still well behaved under the alliance of Su Len and Marquis of Savoy, they still needed to maintain enough troops to deter them. Su Len did not believe that these fence-sitters would always support him. Once his strength weakened, these nobles would become ambiguous again. Therefore, he planned to replace some of the nobles who had opposed him before and take back the territories directly under the control of the country. Previously, he did not deal with them because the situation was still unstable. Sulen did not want to push them too hard and cause more losses, so he could only keep them temporarily. Now that Sulen was firmly on the throne, although there were still many rebels in the south, he could take his time to deal with these people slowly. At the same time, in order to deal with the opposition forces in the country, he also needed to expand the army, at least double or triple. Chapter 439. There were still many nobles in the kingdom of Florence who were against Sulen and publicly declared that they did not recognize Sulen's throne. Previously, Sulen did not have the time to deal with them because of his limited military strength. However, these people became more and more troublesome. The few Sulen families in the north had already been annihilated by Marquis Sulen's army. With a legendary warrior like Marquis Savoy in charge, those rebellious nobles were no match for him. In less than a month, 2 rebellious nobles had already been killed. Their territories would be taken back, and their property would be divided equally between Sulen and Marquis Savoy. After Sulen mobilized grassroots officials from the northern town, San Filto City began to reform the tax system. Sulen abolished many taxes in kind, such as the tax on firewood and tithes, and even the tit tax. The tit tax was also known as the poll tax. In the Kingdom of Florence, everyone in the kingdom, regardless of gender, had to pay the poll tax. Men had to pay 10 copper nars a month, women had to pay 8, and children over the age of 5 had to pay 5 copper nars a month until they reached adulthood. After all these taxes were abolished, only agricultural taxes were levied on ordinary farmers. The agricultural tax was collected at 40% per mu of farmland, which was much lighter than the previous tax in the Kingdom of Florence. Originally, the tax in the Kingdom of Florence was only 30%. However, there were many other miscellaneous taxes that had to be paid. In the end, the tax was almost equivalent to 80% of the land tax. This was far more than the 40% tax set by Sulen. Sulen also learned that these taxes would not be handed over to the national treasury. Instead, they would be distributed by various parties. In the end, only about 10% of the tax would be left. As for the business tax, it was even more. In the past, the big nobles had little or no tax, but for ordinary caravans, the tax had been increased several times. As a result, the merchants were forced to constantly lean towards the nobles. The decrease in the number of merchants also led to the decrease in the business tax. Sulen had already decided that the business tax rate would be the same for both the nobles and the ordinary merchants. This was tantamount to harming the interests of the nobles. Blocking one's path to wealth was akin to murdering one's parents. The nobles were obviously very dissatisfied with Sulen's forceful tax collection. However, the reality was that they didn't dare to take any action. Sulen's current strength wasn't something they could resist. Those who dared to take action had already been eliminated by Sulen. Therefore, even if the remaining nobles were dissatisfied, they could only accept it obediently. After all, they would only lose a portion of their wealth if they accepted it. If they dared to resist, Sulen wouldn't show any mercy. Since he ascended the throne, he had killed dozens of nobles. The nobles who were killed would have their noble titles revoked and their land and fiefs confiscated. Sulen obtained a large amount of land through this method. Then, he rented these lands to the landless poor. These lands belonged to Sulen. After the land was rented to the poor, he would collect 10% of the harvest as rent, 40% as tax, and the remaining 50% for them to live on. After the land was rented out, almost all of the poor in San Filto City disappeared. The entire city became more prosperous and lively. After the tax reform, the tax revenue of San Filto City increased several times. This way, Sulen had enough money to build a bigger army. After the completion of the army, Sulen also took in several cities around San Filto. Then, he transformed these cities according to San Filto City. This was originally the territory of the royal family, so the transformation was easier. Moreover, with the army sent by Su Len and the nobles of San Filto City as an example, the transformation of these cities was quite smooth. The officials in these cities were all gathered and sent to the prison in San Filto City to receive ideological education and reform. After the reform, they would continue to hold their previous positions. At the same time, Su Len also trained these people in management to improve their abilities. Su Len also sent some of the grassroots officials from northern town city to become officials. In addition to handling various government affairs, these officials also supervised the original officials. After completing the ideological education of the officials, Su Len let them implement the new tax system. At the same time, Su Len also started the sanitation management of several cities. Now, all of the nobles in the Kingdom of Florence knew that the new king was obsessed with cleanliness and had high requirements for the sanitation of all cities. In addition to this, he liked to demolish the slums. When demolishing the slums, he also got rid of all the gangs and bandits. These jobs required a lot of money and military support. The two legions formed in San Filto City were separated and sent to the surrounding cities. With these legions, all kinds of systems could be implemented smoothly. Su Len began to form more legions. Because of the establishment of the barracks, the training speed of the army increased a lot. It only took 2 months for the ordinary people to be trained into qualified soldiers. Although he could easily lead the soldiers of Beifeng Duchy to kill the rebels, how could he govern so many territories alone? Therefore, he could only train people and form an army to expand his territory. Although this was a little slow, he had a very good control of the territory. The cities under Sullen's control also began to build prisons and barracks. Su Len couldn't always recruit soldiers in San Filto City. He would also recruit soldiers in other cities and send them to the barracks for training before forming a new army. In these newly formed armies, the soldiers of Beifeng Duchy would also join and serve as the captain of a platoon or above. With this method, Su Len could quickly control a large number of troops. Although the combat power of the army was temporarily reduced, after a few clearing of monsters and battles, the strength of these soldiers would quickly increase. In addition to the rapid growth of the army, the strength of the embroidered uniform guard also began to expand rapidly. In San Filto City, a mansion near the noble district in the north of the city was quietly bought. More than 10 soldiers in black uniforms stood on both sides of the gate. There was a plaque hanging on the gate with the words, "Embroidered Uniform Guard," written on it. The gate of the embroidered uniform guard was wide open. From time to time, people would go in and out. In the courtyard, there were officials walking to and fro. There were also warriors dressed in black with swords around their waists and black scarves on their heads hurriedly walking on the road. These were the embroidered uniform guard formed by Su Len. A large number of reins were tied to the posts next to the mansion. From time to time, a few horses would gallop in and out of the mansion. On the streets around the mansion, the civilians in the city felt that this mansion was strange. They also didn't know what the embroidered uniform guard did. However, after waiting for a while, the civilians in the surrounding area began to subconsciously leave this place. There were often many people being chained up in this mansion. They were dragged in by the embroidered uniform guard who emitted a gloomy aura. Cries of agony could often be heard around the mansion. The embroidered uniform guard was another force in Su Len. This force wasn't strong in the beginning, but now it was feared by many. The embroidered uniform guard was not only used to gather information, but also to monitor the internal situation. Su Len casually flipped through the documents and asked without raising his head, "How's the preparation for the embroidered uniform guard going?" Hearing Sullen's words, the embroidered uniform guard beside him immediately replied, "Currently, there are 130 embroidered uniform guard in San Filto City. There are more than 300 spies outside and more than 400 eyes and ears. Develop 300 spies. Now in the Kingdom of Florence, these spies are almost the same as ordinary people. San Filto City has the most spies. The other cities have more or less spies." The embroidered uniform guard said respectfully. I heard that the embroidered uniform guard has been very busy during this period. They have already arrested more than a dozen nobles who secretly colluded with each other. Yes, they have all been sent to Zhao prison. Sulen smiled. He was very satisfied with the embroidered uniform guard. However, the information submitted by the spies must be carefully examined. Try not to make a false case. The function of the embroidered uniform guard established by Sulen was actually similar to the embroidered uniform guard during the Ming dynasty. There were also many differences. The embroidered uniform guard in his previous life would sometimes fabricate crimes in order to claim rewards. They would do anything to expand the scope of their involvement and create many false cases. However, Sulen was keeping a tight watch on them now. These embroidered uniform guards did not dare to do so. Currently, the embroidered uniform guard is doing well. However, you have to remember one thing. This is far from enough. Not only do you have to develop eyes and ears in the northern provinces, but also in the major cities and settlements in the south. The reason I set up the embroidered uniform guard is to patrol the world and monitor the nobles and other people who want to overthrow our rule. Other than paying attention to domestic matters, you have to learn more about other countries in the future. I need you to form an intelligence network like a spider web as soon as possible to collect information and transmit information for me. Yes, sir. I will speed up the construction. Bane nodded and said. By the way, how many eagle nests have we built? Not counting the eagle nests in northern town, we have built 4 eagle nests. However, we are still lacking in hunting eagles and the number of eagle trainers is limited, Bane said awkwardly. The eagle nests still need to be built. This is the key to our intelligence network. I will let more people join the eagle trainers. Yes, sir. In the future, when we arrest nobles who commit crimes, the embroidered uniform guard can leave 1/5 of the wealth as a development fund. This money can only be used to develop the embroidered uniform guard. You are not allowed to use it for other purposes. I will send people to watch over it. Yes, sir. Bane's face was filled with joy. Although the money could only be used for development, it was still a considerable amount. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.